All right, 6:02 in the Rose City. Time for Dirt and Sprague on Portland Sports Leader 105.1 The Fan and the Fan Sports Network. Good morning. Hello. We did it. We got there. It's Friday. Happy Friday, everybody.
What is happening?
Felt like that week flew by.
Yeah. The last couple have. The whole month has, really. I got to May from April, and I'm like,
what the hell,
my God, it's May. And then I did the math. My daughter's birthday's next weekend, which is the end of May. And I'm like, that's crazy.
How many more weeks left of school are we at now? About less than a month, right?
Probably about a month right now.
Yeah.
1 month to go.
For the elementary kids.
Like June 11th, 12th, somewhere in there.
God, that's wild. It's almost summertime. We had to sign Teddy up for swim lessons yesterday.
Oh, yeah?
We're already there. It's like, that enrollment is open. You got to jump on that if you want to get a spot.
My sister-in-law told me that my niece's graduation is June 6th at the Memorial Coliseum. I'm like, that's in like 3 weeks?
What?
2 weeks?
What?
Yeah, nephew number 3's graduation is like June 4th or something.
I have not been to a graduation in a long time.
You're going to sit there for 4 hours.
When did we
inside
decide?
The old VMC. You'll check out the VMC, though. You haven't been inside, have you?
I haven't been.
You get to see the new seats, man. They're wider. They're leather. They're fantastic.
When did we decide to make that a spectacle? And it's never going to die as a spectacle.
It will never die as a spectacle.
Not that it should.
Well, I want to say,
you had it?
because I had nephew number 1 graduate from college. He graduated from George Fox.
That's a little bit of a bigger deal.
A couple of weekends ago.
In high school.
It was fantastic.
Like quick, easy, seamless.
No longer than an hour and a half.
Was there a commencement speech?
There was. It was a former graduate of George Fox who's gone on and he's gotten PhDs and done amazing things. It was short. It was sweet. It was about 10 minutes.
Yes, now we're talking.
That was it. The main dean or chancellor, whoever led it, he was light. It was fun. They broke it up into 2 sessions for the class. So there was only... It wasn't like this endless procession when they were handing out the degrees and the diplomas.
Name after name after name.
So it's like...
They don't really name them. They just walk across.
Yeah. No, they named them individually. I mean, George Fox is a small school to begin
George
with.
Fox is tiny.
But they split it up, so each session was like... It was no longer than an hour and a half.
That's perfect.
Wait,
Under 90 minutes is fine.
It's such a small school that they named them, but they had to break it up into 2 sessions?
Well, I think... Well, one, it was in the football stadium, so there's limited seating. So if people...
Oh, gotcha. Okay.
So...
I wanted to make sure everybody could be there.
So they wanted to be there. Yeah, they didn't want to limit it, so they wanted family and friends and whoever wanted to come have enough room.
Now, if you split it into 2, does the commencement speaker have to give 2 speeches?
I believe so.
So he's got to do the double dip of the speech.
Which is probably why he cut it down and made it,
makes sense,
10 minutes
if
or whatever.
I got to do this twice, I'm
the
only
only curious part about that one, though...
That's terrible, by the way.
What?
2 commencement
Having to
speeches
do
in the
2?
same day?
What do you get if you give a commencement speech?
You don't get any.
You don't pay it. They don't do anything. You don't get. There's no sort of. It's just.
I think. It's
some people get like a honorary degree.
He already had a doctorate
so he
from
doesn't
somewhere
need
else.
Yeah.
I get a second doctorate.
Hey, give me another piece of paper. All right.
I don't know.
2-time doctorate champion.
Double dip.
I'm sure they give you some sort of commemorative gift or something.
Yeah.
But
I got a cool bathrobe.
I got a sash.
he was an alumni of the university.
Yeah, it makes sense. I get it.
Okay, let me ask you this, because we didn't have that. We had one speaker, the speaker after us, the year after I graduated, they had Michelle Obama.
It's probably a little bit bigger than the one you had.
You could give me an entire week and tell me $1 billion online. I could not even tell you the name of the person that spoke at my commencement.
No clue, yeah, no clue.
But it was fly right by, you're on the Jumbotron at Reeser for a split second, you grab your degree and you walk away.
And then you're done.
It's got to be really tough for the institutions that get, alum who's probably very well established, had a great career, and good enough to come back, and then Arizona State gets Harrison Ford. It's like, dude, they got Han Solo, they got Indiana Jones.
That's such a badass guy to see give a
commencement.
That's a badass.
I don't know.
That's one, there's not many speakers that could get me to want to attend a graduation. Now, Harrison Ford's probably pretty high on the list.
You just said, I don't know. Harrison Ford spoke at Puget Sound, your graduation.
You pulling Harrison Ford right now?
I wish.
Indiana Jones?
My commencement at UPS, worst speaker, some woman who was involved, I think, in the Clinton administration way back in the day, up there for just endless 30, 40 minutes, There's no air conditioning in the field house. It was a hot May.
Sweating your balls off.
She's trying to reference life to being fruit salad. I'm like, what?
What is this?
What is this?
Shut up.
Just start handing stuff out.
Sit down.
What do you mean you don't know on Harrison Ford?
Wrap it up
Harrison
signs.
Ford would have been awesome. I would have been.
Oh, you sounded like somebody was
no.
poo-pooing Harrison
you're
Ford.
questioning the Harrison
I would
Ford
have
idea.
welcomed Harrison
Oh, would have been
Ford.
great.
Harrison Ford.
I'd have
would
welcomed
badass.
Callista Flockhart at that point.
Anybody. That's a good lesson in life if you ever we'll never get to that point of giving a commencement speech, but if you do and you're listening right now, 10 minutes max. Wrap it up.
10 to 15
Same
minutes.
thing goes for a best man or a best gal speech at a wedding.
Oh, that's like 2 to 3 minutes.
Just wrap it up. Nobody cares about your high school stories. We don't need to read through your text messages. If you're reading off the phone, it's taking too long.
Wow.
Off the cuff, couple of minutes, make it fun, quick joke. I love everybody.
If you got a one-line zinger, craft the one-line zinger.
We want the bar, we want the food, we want the dance floor. We don't care about your speech. Speed it up, wrap it up. 5 minutes, you've gone too long, okay? Turn this thing around.
So have you never been in the presence of a great speech?
I felt like I gave a great speech. I was the best man at my brother's wedding. I had a family member tell me after that speech, I was still in college, that you're going to be famous someday. And I thought, well, that's, you've just rose my ego through the roof. I appreciate that.
That's the last thing you needed to hear.
Yes. Now look at me, man. I'm the 19th ranked local mid-market morning show in Portland.
Why do you think you gave a great speech?
Because I had people tell me it was a great speech, and it was quick, and I didn't read anything. I want to say I went for about 5 minutes, made fun of my brother the entire time, wrapped up with a heartwarming, love you, you've been a great big brother. People laughing. Everybody was paying attention. Didn't take too long. I felt like I knocked it out of the ballpark. 10 out of 10.
A great best man speech is less than, because you said you went 5?
I think 5 minutes is
5 or less?
5 or less is the absolute max that you could go.
And
because you're not the only one giving a speech. The father or the bride's got to give a speech. What are they, the best lady or what are the maid of honor?
Maid of honor, yeah.
Is the word I'm looking for. That's
best lady.
The best number one lady. Come on down.
Lady.
Samantha, or number one booker. She's got to
How
give a speech.
1993 Simpsons of you. The best lady.
The best lady. Like everybody, you're not the only one. If you're the only one giving a speech, it's a little bit different. But now you got 5 speeches here. You got to make that thing quick.
Okay.
I've had people who have told me they've gone to a wedding where the best man speech has gone more than 20 minutes, and then they've added on additional speeches for other groomsmen and bridesmaids that wanted to stand up and say
more than 20 minutes.
What are we doing here?
I don't think I
Those people told me that it was a family friend of the not super. It wasn't my niece got married. It was a family friend, and they legitimately got up and left.
I couldn't talk for 20 minutes.
All right, that's enough.
On a speech.
We just want food.
At an event like that, for anybody in my family, I
Right.
couldn't do it for 20 minutes.
No, even if you spent the time to write the entire thing down. I just went off the cuff for my speech. I had bullet points I know I wanted to hit, and I'm like, yeah, we'll pound a couple of beers, shoot from the hip, we'll be all right.
There you go.
Knocked it out of the ballpark, baby.
I love that you have the time constraints here, and also nobody's better at it than I was.
No, I dominated the dojo. Absolutely dominated. If you want me to give the best man speech at your wedding, I'll give the best man speech at your wedding, okay? It'll be over, it'll be quick, it'll be succinct, and let's get to the part of the night that everybody's here for, that we actually care about. That is the open bar and the dance floor.
I can see your scenario playing out in my head where you did give a great speech. I also am laughing at the idea that it was your aunt that was like, good job, Andy, that was amazing. And you're like, oh, it was amazing, wasn't it?
Thanks, Aunt. I appreciate that. I am going to be famous someday.
So if a wedding best man maid of honor speech has to be 5 or less, what's the requirement for a commencement? Because a commencement can't be 5 minutes.
No, I think 10 to 15.
10
no
to 15.
longer than 15.
15 max, 13 ideal, 10 I'm
Really?
totally fine with it. Yeah.
Okay.
Some of the ones I've seen, because they'll pop up online from time to time, like Eric Church. You guys probably know who Eric Church is. He's a country guy. Went to North Carolina, ironically, with your shirt. He gave the commencement speech there. People keep posting it. I haven't watched it, but it was about 17 minutes long. And everybody keeps saying it was a great speech. I probably won't watch it. I think he played a little music during the speech. So if you're playing music and there's that element, maybe you can go a little bit longer than that. I just think people are ready to get the day over. Like if you're graduating, your thought is what's next, what's coming out. Unless it's somebody that's a big ticket item, then you might want a little bit longer speech. Get it over with, man. Yeah. I want to hear my name read. Everybody's ready to get out of here. It's probably very hot. Let's move the day along a little bit.
It'd be funny to think of the celebrity that if they did your commencement speech, they ruined where their star power lands for
With
you.
a bad speech or a long speech.
With a long speech.
Yeah.
Like, let's use Tom Hanks.
Tom, who doesn't love Tom
Coming
Hanks?
out, he's in Eugene,
Here's
Oregon,
Tom.
has booked Tom Hanks. Oh, my God, Tom Hanks.
That's Forrest Gump himself in the flesh.
And Tom Hanks talks for 42 minutes.
yeah, after about 30, I'm like, dude, you might have been the iconic movie actor of my generation.
You're no longer in my top 3.
Now you're behind Leo. I don't even really like a lot of Tom Cruise movies. I'm going to put Tom Cruise ahead of you. I haven't seen half of them, but what the hell? Top Gun Maverick, people tell me
Yeah,
it's
you're
great.
like, Tom, dude, we're not on a Castaway set.
Okay,
Let's go.
we're not on a deserted island here. I'm ready to go to Rennie's for a Rennie's lemonade.
Not even a top 3 Tom anymore.
No, Tom Hardy in The Revenant was awesome.
Somebody's screaming Wilson from the.
Just to disrupt his speech. Shut up.
Shut up, Tom.
That's funny.
Wrap it up. I haven't been to a graduation in a long time. I feel like nieces and nephews graduating is a weird, really old feeling. Like when that hits me, I'm going to feel really old.
Yeah, when I started dating the wife, she was about a year and a half old.
So you've seen the whole journey.
Literally one of the first, God, this is going to sound so old. One of the first, because I didn't have a phone right away. I didn't have a phone at all in high school.
Right.
And then I didn't get a phone right away right out of high school. So it was about a year and a half, 2 years I got a phone. I had only had a phone for like 4 years. And I started dating the wife, and one of the first photos she sent me was a photo of her next to her, and she's like in her car seat.
Here's my niece.
Doing like a funny little face as a
Yeah.
1.5-year-old kid.
Looking like a cute little baby.
And now,
graduating high school.
she barely wants to talk to me.
You want nothing to
It's
do
like,
with you.
Hey. And then just walks away like,
Moving on to
okay.
bigger and better things than Uncle Brandon. We don't need Uncle Brandon right now.
Well, there's
all
2
right?
Uncle Brandons for her, unfortunately, so I'm Uncle Beanuts. But, the red envelope with $100 is coming her way in a couple weeks.
You hand them the envelope, you go through the speech, you sit through it.
Now, you are kind of shortchanging yourself. You might be a commencement speaker. And the reason I say that is the president has been set. Did you see who spoke at UP's?
No, I did not.
Yeah, UP's this year was Malika Andrews.
Ooh, a famed Portland pilot legacy. Oh,
Let's step in it a little
let's
bit.
go. Let's get a little
Friday.
uncomfortable. Right out of the gate. What's your beef with Malika Andrews?
Well, hold on. Don't phrase it that way. Malika Andrews is very well established in her career.
Yes, she is.
She's had a lot of success. You could tell if anybody was ever around Blazer games in any media capacity, you could kind of get a sense that she was being elevated in a way when she was a student.
Yeah.
She would show up to Blazer games.
I remember seeing her around the
She'd
bowels
be
of the Moda
trailing
Center.
the AP writers.
Yeah.
Like she was, and she's kind of like being pushed at the forefront.
Ask a
and-
question.
Yeah, so like for me to see her pop up at 23 as a beat writer and then be hosting a show at like 26 or whatever she was,
Yeah, she's pretty young.
I wasn't really shocked by that.
No.
I also would ask, if you're talking at a commencement speech, shouldn't you be a little more...
Oh, not enough life experience? Is that
Yeah.
what you're going with?
Yeah.
Even though there's
I'm
been
going
success
there.
in the career.
Yeah, I'm going
you
there.
think, how old is Malika Andrews?
I honestly think she's like
What is
30,
she, 32
31.
or something?
She's super young.
31 years old. She
Yeah.
just turned 31 years old in January.
She's married to our good friend Dave McMiniman.
Yes.
the LeBron insider.
Slightly older than her.
So she's been graduated for less than 10 years, I'd imagine, right? Because probably 4-year graduate. I'm assuming normal course
Assume
of
it's
22.
4
Yeah, I
years.
guess
Yeah.
assuming there. And if
She
it was
was-
longer than that, then it's been significantly shorter than
Yeah.
a decade. But so less than 10 years. I see what you're
I
saying.
mean, like, I'm not
see the
saying you
argument
can't
here.
be telling people, hey, this is how I got to my path.
Right.
But, like,
Pull yourself up by your bootstraps, all right? Once you work a little bit harder.
did they pick her because she was the right candidate or pick her because of her name?
Both.
Both.
She's the right candidate.
I mean, I don't know what else UP
I don't know
had in
who
the
else
old-
was in consideration, but
They're a pretty good engineering institution. They
Yeah.
have a great medical
I know,
background
sure.
for nerd. Like,
Who would you rather give the commencement speech?
why? I don't even know how famous is a Malika Andrews to the college classes now.
I don't know. I'd imagine
I don't know
she's-
how much TV they watch.
It's also tough too because if you're not a sports fan,
That's what I'm saying.
Then you're not. You
how
don't
many
have
people
any
there
clue who
watch
she
NBA
is.
Today?
Right. Yeah, I see the argument you're making. I'm picking up what
So
you're
you're going
putting
for
down.
star power, but it
Yeah.
might not be star power to this generation.
No, but I also think for the universities, the star power is more powerful to them than a more seasoned commencement speech, if you will.
Oh, how much of it
Because
is-
if you pick a random engineer who
Yeah.
might be incredibly successful, is that what, I don't know what UP's biggest
Their
academic-
nursing program,
Nursing
is
and engineering
well-known.
is pretty good.
You get Gaylord Fokker, right?
Right.
The number one nurse of Meet the Parents.
Yeah.
And he's out there giving a speech as the male nurse.
Mm-hmm.
What's going to get more eyeballs and attention?
Also, Malika is a polished public speaker.
Yes, she is. She does it for a living.
I mean, Fokker could get away in his speech talking for 15 minutes.
Talking
No, I
about dying the
understand.
cat's tail and how the things you have to do to
Hold on.
impress your family.
They're not inviting somebody that doesn't talk publicly.
Oh, you don't think there's a bad speaker that's ever given a speech?
Oh, I'm not saying there's not bad commencement speakers. I'm sure there's a whole internet webpage full of them.
Right, you get nervous when the lights come on.
I just think a lot of institutions vet that, and they're like, okay, that person talked at this conference and that conference and that conference. They're good.
Right.
I don't think they're like, well, Malika can talk in front of a camera.
Right.
Gaylord Fokker cannot. I don't think that's how that broke down. I am always wondering.
No, I think it was more about the name
Are
and the
we-
attention and recognition. Now, to the point that you're trying to make, I don't know if it got to bubbles outside of the sports world.
Yeah.
But if you're in a sports world bubble, I'm imagining some of those clips went viral. Or I don't know how long the speech was. I imagine she did fine.
I didn't see the speech.
Yeah,
I don't know.
I'm picking up what you're putting down. 31 years old is pretty young to be giving life advice. I even have that as a 37-year-old. Like if somebody asked me, which they never would, to give a commencement speech,
I wouldn't do it.
I don't think I would either.
If Oregon State asked me tomorrow
You
got to
come up with 15 minutes of
I'm-
material
I'm
and like
being dead honest. I'd
encouraging
say-
life advice.
I'd say thank you, but no thank you.
Hey, how'd things work out in your career? I don't know, right place, right time.
I work in radio.
Some stars aligned.
I'll let you know if I still have the job in a year.
I played a clip yesterday of a horse farting and laughed my ass off. So, find your inner horse fart and you'll be happy in
You
life.
go Billy Crystal from City Slickers on career day.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. That's a good point.
Value this time in your life, kids.
Oh, in my job, I got done
Don't
with it.
ever leave here, man.
I pulled the kookaburra, sounded like an orgasm sound, so
You
I thought
did.
that was funny.
Yeah, so we do that after the show.
So that's what I do for my job.
Yeah,
But
yeah.
work hard,
You
strive for those goals, kids.
if you keep working hard, don't worry, inflation's going to keep going up, so there's no hope,
Yeah.
Have fun filling up your gas tank on the way home, kiddos. All right, we'll see you next year.
Stay in the basement as long as you can. Interest rates suck
Yeah,
and
but just-
house prices are dumb.
Just turn into the Billy Madison speech to the kid in
Yeah.
third grade. Don't ever leave here.
Swag, you're kind of the sweet spot of age for a commencement speaker. If Puget Sound reached out,
Yeah,
would
you
you
do it?
I would consider it.
Yeah,
Look at me.
he'd do it.
He would.
He'd do it.
I'd consider it. That'd be the quickest yes of all time on that phone.
He'd-
Your ego would not allow you to consider it. It'd be an instant yes.
I was not a big
Hey, Swag,
fan.
you want to give the speech?
Absolutely.
Not even a hesitation.
I was not a big fan of the administration when I left UPS. It changed while we were there. So I have not given one nickel back to the university since I've left.
You think it's gauged on who donates money?
No, I'm just saying.
The standing that you have with the university was not great
Loved-
upon your departure.
Obviously, love the fraternity, and if the fraternity ever asked me to do something, here, there, whatever, I would do it. My lifelong friends there, that was amazing. But
I heard a story once at it was a get together with clients, and back in the day when we were intercom, and we were at like a restaurant type setting. Now this wasn't me; I wasn't there. This is a story I've heard second and third hand.
Secondhand story.
what did I do?
There was a story once that I was told that a client was at talking to some of our sales execs, and he walked over and he introduced himself. And the person from the company who was doing, spending money on the station,
Yeah.
he introduced himself as Jason, and the guy introduced himself, and then the guy goes, "So what do you do at the fan?"
Yeah, what's your job?
And he said, and this is the quote that multiple people have told me, he said, "I'm swag." And he walked away.
I mean,
So yeah, I think if they called, he wouldn't hesitate.
it's not stating lies here.
You don't say that to a client unless you're full of massive ego.
Yeah.
I'm going to try that one at the Fan Golf Classic. So what do you do with the fan? I'm dirt. What do you mean, what do I do? Do you know who I am?
What I love most,
Google me, Grandma.
he hasn't even tried to set
Nah,
the record
definitely
straight
happened.
because he probably remembers that moment.
That story
I
probably
don't
happened.
remember that at all.
I'm swag. As if that guy's the dumbest human to ever exist. I'm swag.
I think that of
I
all
love
the people,
the walk away part too. Like, you're an idiot. I'm out of here.
I think of all the people that would give a commencement speech, you would, of the three of us on the show, you would probably give the best one. Life experience helping, age helping. You would give the funniest one, probably making people laugh. And
What's the best one? How do you gauge what the best one is then?
Because I
I'd
think
rather laugh and enjoy
You'd rather
it than
laugh than give some
listen
life
to
advice.
old balls here.
Old
Tell me-
balls.
tell
Take
me-
advantage of life before your balls get too low.
There
All
you go.
right.
I would try to be inspirational.
You would, you would go that
Yeah.
route. I don't know if I don't trust my abilities to come up with a good speech in that regard. For 10 minutes, that's too long. We did have somebody, by the way, say that they gave
I'm glad you're amusing yourself this morning.
the old balls line guy.
We need to go.
Yeah, wrap it
I'm
up,
just
all right?
thinking of you being inspirational. Like, get out of your bubble. Try mayonnaise like I did one time.
Find your mayonnaise in life. Somebody said I gave a wonderful best man speech. It was about 4 minutes long. I had people laughing, and then they got divorced 4 months later. Ooh, ouch. Ooh, that stings. I just spent all that time coming up with that speech. You couldn't even last.
Ah, nice little Friday start.
Hello, everybody.
Good. Happy Friday, everybody. We have a lot to get to today. Let's get it going. Thank you for hanging with us. We got a fun show today. Dirt and Sprague. We start next on 105.1 The Fan. We've got Stephen Willis. He's going to hop on with us coming up here at the top of the hour. He is the host of the Ole Miss Locked On podcast. Want to know how the week has gone down there at Oxford?
Everything going smooth sailing?
So, Stephen, how much more racist or not racist is Ole Miss today?
Your school is dumb and it's easy to get into, and everybody down there is a racist. Come on down, Ole Miss. Hello.
Your thoughts?
Yeah. I saw Bomani Jones did one of the feature pieces on Trinidad Chambliss and asked him, like, hey, did that ever come up for you or your family? No, and immediately.
Oh, he was asked about the Lane Kiffin comments, basically?
Well, I think in the sit-down, he reached out to his parents and his grandparents. He was like, was this ever a conversation you guys had, ever a thing? And came, no, not at all. Not in the slightest.
Crazy week for old Lane. Freaking Lane Kiffin, man. So Dirt's Nightmare is possible. It's sitting there.
It's right there available.
A final group pairing in the final round of the PGA Championship of Patty Reed and Michael Block is not out of the question yet.
I got a hole in one. I'm in the final group. Me? No.
No.
Rory, no way.
Rory, me?
No, me?
Me and Reed?
Me? No, couldn't be. Yeah, that's how it works, Michael.
Why?
The two lowest scores get into the final group.
Why can't you let him, why can't they be genuinely shocked that he actually couldn't process that he had a hole-in-one with Rory McIlroy?
The scene behind it, if you go back and watch the video, is very cringeworthy because literally everybody on the tee box is high-fiving because they saw that the ball
crowd's
went in.
going nuts.
The crowd is going nuts. You got a hole-in-one, and he stands there and performs for an extra 2 minutes of like, no way. Really? Wow. If I ever get a hole-in-one and I do that to you, slap me in the face. Dirt, you got a hole-in-one. No way, Sprague. No way. We all saw the ball go in. No way it did, though. Did it? It did? No, it didn't. Are you sure?
Well, as the only person on this program that's gotten a hole-in-one, I can tell you that shock does hit you in a weird way.
It does.
And you don't know how to process your greatness.
There's no chance I win. No
Wait a minute. One swing and I'm done? No.
Old Blocky had a nice little day, though. I think he ended even par on opening day yesterday. He hung around. He's 1 over through 9 right now, so 1 over for the tournament. Even par.
The leaderboard is an absolute disaster right now for the event.
It's not great. There's a lot of random names near the top. I think this level of I had a lot of fun watching all the golf yesterday. It was kind of a good golf sicko day. There's something unique about watching the best players in the world.
They're really struggling.
Lose their ass.
The wind is crazy. It's cold.
Yeah,
the rough is way worse than they thought.
So I think usually when you get a tournament like this is playing more like a U.S. Open than it is a PGA Championship, and I don't know if anybody's going to go low today because the greens are tough and the wind's blowing like 25 miles an hour. So it's really hard out there. I think usually in those level of conditions, the cream rises to the top. Like it's so easy to make a double bogey because you're in the wrong spot in the rough, and I'm Smalley at 3 under, all of a sudden you're even par because you went double and bogey back-to-back holes. So I do think the cream will eventually rise to the top. This is a really cool, not to get too golf nerdy, though, there's a genuine fear in the golf world about what do we do with all these old courses because you don't have enough land to make them long enough. That's why we have this debate about rolling the ball back and, how do we make them playable? Because everybody coming into this week had the fear of you're just going to bomb it. It's a short course.
Yep.
Hit driver a million miles wedge, and that's all you're going to do.
Yep.
And they have found a way through the difficulty of the greens, through the thickness of the rough, just the way that the course is playing, that you can still make old school courses that don't have a lot of land incredibly challenging for modern day players. It was a lot of fun yesterday.
Yeah, you have to penalize players if they can't hit the fairway.
If you miss the fairway, you're screwed.
You put it in a bunker, you put it in the rough, you are scrambling hard just to save
If you're
par.
above the hole, you are screwed, and you might make a bogey or a double bogey. There have to be ways to punish them, and they found it. It's been a lot of fun.
Yeah, I was confused because I watched the pre-tournament coverage on ESPN. They were doing a SportsCenter hit live, and I think it was Andy North on the broadcast with Scott Van Pelt, and they were showing an image of the course.
Yeah.
And he basically was like, if you don't hit the fairway, you got bunker and super thick rough here, so you have to hit the fairways.
Yeah.
But then, we came in and did the show, and you guys, I don't mean this as a shot, but you guys kind of made me, second guess Andy North because you made it seem a little less difficult. And then also Michael Collins, our old friend who's former caddy.
Yes, had him on the show.
He did a hit on the ESPN show before us yesterday, and he basically was making fun of Evan Cohen. He's like, they're going to go so low on this course, and they're going to dominate, and the only one who thinks otherwise are clowns who don't know anything about golf that wear makeup.
Ooh. Oh,
Like that was, I think
that
he
was
said
his
that.
quote?
I don't think
Basically,
Oh,
yeah.
what's
I
the beef
didn't
with Evan
anticipate
Cohen?
as much
I don't know,
wind.
that
seems
was weird.
personal.
It seemed very personal when I heard it. I was
Dude,
like,
that's
jeez.
man, take it easy on
I
it,
didn't
Michael.
anticipate this much wind. I don't remember hearing
No.
they expected, because the par threes are long to begin with.
Yes.
Like the shortest one is 175 yards, and the
Yeah.
other three are over 200.
Right. So it's there's length on the par threes. Yeah, I don't know. I saw there was a quote from a player who on Wednesday was asked, "What do you think the winning score will be?" And they said somewhere 16 to 20 under is what a player.
I think
thought.
that was kind of a general tour consensus.
Like, man,
that
we'll
they'd
be all right.
score.
Like we read the quote, which aged horribly for him because Rory was terrible yesterday. But he was asked, "What's the strategy off the tee?" He was like, "There's no strategy. You just hit it as far as you can." Well, clearly there's a strategy, Rory. You got
gotta
to find
hit
the
it.
fairway, and if you
Yeah.
don't, you're going to make a lot of
A
bogeys.
little
And he
bit straight.
bogeyed 4 straight holes in his round yesterday, and he
Yeah.
was punished largely for missing the fairway off the tee. And so, yeah, the Cohen thing, Collins thing is funny. I didn't see that quote.
Yeah.
Taking a shot at Evan
It
Cohen.
was really funny.
But I think it was John Rahm yesterday said that they heard that quote about 16 to 20 under being the winning score, and they were like, hell no, it won't be.
Yeah.
And we're going to tighten the screws a little bit and make these greens a little more difficult, and it's only going to get drier and warmer as the weekend goes on because the wind's not stopping, and it's supposed to get hot over the weekend. So in theory, that should make the course play harder.
Would you like to have the fun fact of Garrick Higo?
Garrick Higo.
Who's 1 under, by the way, even with a 2-stroke penalty.
Should be tied for the lead right
tied
now.
for the lead right now. So being a minute late cost him the lead. They just showed him walking in. Do you know who his clothes sponsor is? Malbon.
I think if you're a Malbon, you're pretty psyched about that.
I think you're pumped.
Because if Garrick Higo doesn't show up late to his tee time, even if he shoots a 3 under, like go through the list of
We're not
guys.
talking about pot gear to you.
How many
Who is that
Minwoo
guy?
Lee shots did you see yesterday?
Yeah, none.
Exactly. Minwoo Lee's a no name on tour.
Pot
He's
Geeter?
Pot
Pot
Geeter.
Geeter.
Another South African.
Didn't watch a second
What
of pot
about
gear.
our guy Hisasune?
Nope.
The guy who holds the water in his mouth on every
Yeah.
shot.
Yeah, no, I know.
The Chinese sensation.
I know he is. I
Yeah.
didn't watch it. I didn't see Jaeger much. You know what I mean? Like
You
these
weren't
guys
Jaeger
we
bombing
wouldn't see.
yesterday?
He was in the morning wave.
He was early yesterday.
He went out early.
Sure. So probably didn't see him, and I didn't even know who he was.
To the point about a Malbon sponsorship, though, you showing up late to your tee time, that got him a lot of screen time yesterday. Everybody wanted to interview him after the round. He went viral.
Rough day for the 2 livers of DeChambeau, shooting almost what Bryce Fisher shot.
Yeah.
And John Rahm getting so pissed that he throws his club into the ground and a chunk smacks a volunteer in the face.
He at least apologized after the round. I'll give him that, I guess. He played well, considering that's the funny thing about Rahm. Like, he held it together. It looked like he was going to go off the rails.
Yeah, he had 2 hole outs.
2 hole outs helped. I think he ended up at 1 under. The Bryson thing is I could go on for hours. He's a fascinating story for a guy who we have, like, I can't remember who wrote the piece. Somebody had a great article on him yesterday I was reading about. Basically, he has done so many unconventional things throughout his career, the same length of the irons, 3D printing clubs, like every little nuance that he tries to get an advantage on. And his retort, if you ever question, like, why would you do that, was, well, look, I'm having success. I'm winning tournaments. I've won a couple of majors. If this continues, like, that argument falls through the floor. He's like, he can't hit an iron the distance that he needs to hit an iron. And it killed him at the Masters. He didn't make the cut. And unless he finds a miracle today, I don't know what the projected cut line is right now, but he's got to have to get it going today in order to make the cut. There's no confidence in that game right now.
You know what, though? Like, I think some of the greatest athletes are the ones that evolve, the ones who can change when they need to change.
Yeah, acknowledge that
We
something
talked
you're
a
doing is
little
not
bit about
working.
this with LeBron this year. Like, LeBron came in and, yeah, we knew Luka was their best player, but LeBron was sitting in this weird spot of, like, am I the second best? Do I shoot the second most shots?
Right.
And then Austin Reeves had a really good year, and LeBron came back, and he talked about this on a podcast. He told Luka and Reeves, he goes, just keep doing what you're doing. I will figure this out. And he settled into a nice third role.
Yeah.
And it's the first time in his career he's ever had to do that. I think great athletes can find ways to evolve. I'll be very curious with him because, remember, he's kind of had different variations of a career, Bryson DeChambeau.
Yes, he has.
And now
he's changed his body, he's changed his swing.
He's done all kinds. He swings out of his butt
Yep.
sometimes. And he's changed his club lengths to all the same level. I wonder if, like, this is a learning experience where he goes, okay, I can't 3D print my clubs. I'm not having success this way. Maybe I should get on with a club sponsor.
Yeah, will I evolve?
And stop complaining every other day. Like, I view him as somebody, look at his YouTube channel, dude.
Yeah.
Like, he's somebody who is, I think, always trying to forward think. And so, like, I know right now he's struggling. I wonder if these experiences get him to evolve again and change his mentality on some of this stuff.
He did open himself up for the jokes yesterday. Somebody said he looks like one of these, scratch golfers who's out at Aronimink doing a YouTube video. Can I break 90?
Well,
and it's like
he
him in an
struggles
AI
bad.
graphic where there's like bombs going off around him on the golf course. Can I break 90? I don't know. I do think it's a valid argument. He's evolved a ton in his career. And guys, like, it should be noted, like, the best players in the world go through swoons.
No
and they
doubt.
go through bad performances and ups and downs. Rahm has gone through it recently. Like Spieth, Rory has had it at times. Scotty's had tournaments where he hasn't played very well. So ups and downs are always going to happen in the golf world. He's in an interesting spot because he doesn't know where he's playing next year. There's a lot of attention on him, and he was horrible at the first major of the year. He was horrible on the opening round, and so it's just the timing of it too. Like if he's a solidified guy on the PGA Tour, maybe not quite. Oh, it's like, oh, Bryson played bad, whatever.
Yep.
But his future being in doubt makes it interesting.
So the PGA Championship rolls on. Patty Reed, Minwoo Lee, and a guy named Smalley and Potgieter are leading the way. Jaeger bombs in there, and Hitatsune are all 3 under.
Have you ever tried the water thing? Next time I play, I want to try that. Hold the water in your mouth. Release the tension. Ease the tension, baby.
I don't think I'm interested in that.
Then swallow it.
We have a lot more to get into. Stephen Willis is going to join us. He covers Ole Miss for the Locked On Network. He'll join us coming up at the top of the hour. Dirt and Sprague, 6:39. Back with more on The Fan. We got the NFL schedule released in full, and so all the teams send out their content. We'll get to that today. One team did exactly what everybody thought they would do. They leaned into it, and we'll talk about that.
Some really good ones,
Yeah,
as there are every year.
You made a very good point, though, and I want to bring back what the point is because I've had this opinion for a couple years. I do enjoy them. I don't watch all 32.
It's fun, but yeah.
But you had a point that I think you're accurate on, so I want to talk about that today. Coming up at the top of the hour is going to be Stephen Willis. He does the Locked On podcast for Ole Miss football. Boy, what a week.
Hell of a week down there.
What a week. It just means more. And racism. So he'll join us coming up at the top of the hour. Kind of an odds and ends segment here, kind of a hodgepodge mixed bag of stuff.
Love a good hodgepodge.
Call it a little trail mix, sports trail mix, okay?
Reaching in. Don't give me any almonds.
Oh, you're anti-almond.
I fish out the almonds and trail mix.
You don't like almonds like at all.
Not at all. I can't stand almonds. I don't like the
What
taste.
is it about almonds?
I don't like the texture.
There's not really a taste.
They're too big of a nut.
What about cashews?
Cashews are too big too. I can handle the smaller cut in half peanut. I can handle that one.
You don't even like the whole peanut.
No, too much nut.
You don't eat nuts, do you?
No.
Yeah.
I can handle those cut in half peanuts if I have some raisins and some M&Ms in my bite, and then it's like mixed in.
So if I give you a lot of sugar,
for
you can
ambiance in my mouth,
Good to
then
know.
I can handle it. But for an almond, it just dominates the whole bite. It's too big.
Well, what I would say though, in this sports trail mix that I'm giving you,
Yeah.
I would tell you that the M&M is starting with. I kind of poo-pooed the World Cup to the frustration of some listeners yesterday.
Yeah, very offended by that.
I don't think they really were. What I would say is I'm not going to actively seek it out, but yeah, I'll end up knowing who's in what stage, and I'll see stuff. Like, I'm not saying I'm going to see it on the TV and look the other way, okay? But if you want to get me a little more interested, you tell me what time Shakira performing, and I will be watching that.
Wait, we got Shakira performing?
Yeah, she's part of the halftime show of the final. Her, Madonna, and BTS.
You like a little Korean flavor?
What?
Hell yeah.
That's who they're collecting,
Dude,
huh?
give me that collaboration all day.
It's
I
a
don't know
worldwide
what that
event.
show is.
Yeah, I mean, I understand that. Yeah, you get South America, you get Asian involved, you get Madonna.
Dude,
Did I hear a Madonna in there?
Madonna
Is
and
Madonna
Shakira,
still performing?
what she will be at the World Cup?
Apparently so.
How does Madonna look these days?
She looks great. Madonna and Shakira performing on the stage is going to do something for Swag and me.
Ugh. Yeah, I mean, I understand that point, but
Microphone was on when you made that noise.
Ugh,
what are you,
dude.
some big prize?
I mean,
What
look
are you,
at me,
Brad Pitt Jr.
I'm
over
a
there?
piece of sex over here, is what
Outta
I
here,
am.
George Clooney.
I'm a smoking gun walking through these doors. All right.
Wow, we got George Mooney over here commenting on people.
You know, but no, I'm
That
not quite.
mustache, he thinks he's Burt Reynolds all of a sudden.
I'm not quite a sex machine, but my face does move.
By the
So
way,
I got that going for me.
terrible person, Burt Reynolds. Sally Fields has been doing interviews because she's got some new thing out. Man, she's talked about being with Burt Reynolds.
Anti-Burt Reynolds, huh?
Huge piece of crap.
Yeah, I'm not surprised by that.
I mean,
that
yeah.
sounds about right.
Yeah.
Madonna.
So Shakira and Madonna BTS.
So that's for the final game, for
That's
the
the
championship
Yeah,
game?
so they do
Okay.
a big halftime show like the Super Bowl.
So we're
I
gonna get a
might
Super
watch
Bowl
the first
halftime show?
48 to just get to the halftime
Just
show.
to get to the Shakira tongue waggle?
Oh, yeah. Well,
I mean-
my God. It's a great tongue waggle.
Hips don't lie.
Hips don't lie
No,
for sure.
no, they don't.
And then the other thing I wanted to get to, so I observed some of your hockey last night.
Oh, did you watch hockey last night? I had a parlay last night. I had a Canadiens and Vegas parlay.
There you go.
Nice little dub.
Saw the Golden Knights finally get rid of that ugly-ass orange uniform. Thank you.
Go back to the drawing board, Anaheim. Come with new uniforms, and then maybe we'll root for you in the playoffs next year.
You don't need new uniforms. They're right there. Everybody wants you to wear them.
Yeah.
And I don't really care about the Anaheim Ducks. They're kind of one of the more forgotten franchises, I think, in all of sport. But they had a pretty killer jersey, and I would maybe have rooted for them had they leaned into it and stayed with it.
Agreed.
But they went full orange. And, as you know this very well. As a Duck, you never go full orange.
You never go full orange.
can't do that.
It always backfires.
Maybe
on
that's
you.
why it broke my brain.
You
The
might lose
whole-
at home to Colorado if you wear orange in your uniform.
Exactly.
And you and I both root for teams who have orange in their color scheme. And
No,
I think we
touche.
can acknowledge orange is a nice accent. It's a good, I have no issue with orange. Too much orange is a problem.
Yeah, I'm not. I don't
Like
like
if the Oregon State jerseys, when they go all orange,
You can't
don't
go
like it.
Clockwork Orange.
like if the Giants ever came out with an all orange, City Connect uniform,
I'll tell you this.
vomit into a trash can.
Not a big all orange guy.
Yeah.
But if Oregon is going all green, Oregon State goes all orange, I'll get on board with it.
Okay.
That
I'll
if
grant
you go
that,
into
yeah.
like your brightest colors and you just lean into all the way.
They
I
had the
can get
one
with
Civil
it.
War was the highlighter Civil War.
That
We
was a
had
great
that.
Civil War.
Turned out to be come down to the wire.
Down to the wire. So I saw the Ducks get eliminated. I also observed the Montreal Canadiens.
Yes, 1 win away now from the conference finals.
A hell of a third period for them. They're 1 win away from getting to the Cup finals. Okay?
No.
Or the
Conference
finals.
Conference
sorry.
finals, yeah. Waiting for Carolina. Carolina's just on vacation.
Much like Philly getting invaded by New York, Buffalo very invaded by Montreal.
Yeah.
A lot of Canadian fans there.
So I'm going to ask you guys this.
Yeah.
Buffalo has not been this in a very long time.
No.
Yes.
God, no.
Yeah.
When was the last time they made the second round of the playoffs?
That's a great question. Look it up.
Couple decades.
It's been a minute.
I bet you Hasek was in goal.
Yeah. Yeah.
Because remember, they had the Stanley Cup appearance and they got swept.
Yeah, it's been a hot minute. I'll find the answer.
Buffalo's in a spot they haven't been in a long time. And the Canadiens overtake the building. I'm asking you sincerely, because we saw this with Knicks fans in Philly.
2007.
What is the profit margin you have to make to be the diehard fan who does sell your ticket to possibly the opposing fan base?
Yeah, I think you're pretty confident. If you're in that spot, you're like a season ticket holder or you bought tickets, that if you're going to sell them to somebody coming in with a higher offer, I would just guess in my head it's going to be an out-of-town fan.
Let's call it a Blazer game. It's what was last night? Game 5?
Game 5.
Game 5. You're down.
Conference
you need
semifinals.
to win. And it's a home game, and we haven't been in the conference finals in a long time.
Lakers are in town. It's got to be somebody that's
yeah.
close, because that's like Montreal and Buffalo. Or
has to be a historical team.
Warriors are in town.
Warriors are in town. It's got to be one of those that would buy your ticket and throw money at you.
And you have a really good seat. Let's say you spent $1,300 per ticket. You got 2 tickets. You spent $2,600.
I'm in for $2,600.
How much does another person have to pay you to not go to that game?
I probably got to clear 5 figures.
5 figures.
5 figures?
Not high 4 figures?
I think I got to clear 5
If you
figures.
made $5,000
so you
total,
get an $8,000 profit, you're saying no? That's hard. Like, I can't criticize any of these fans that do it.
$5,000 total profit, I think you would do it.
I'll never forget hearing the stories from people
Right?
the week Ohio State was in town last year.
Yeah.
And, dude, kudos to some of the Duck fans who said no to those offers, because they were getting offered insane amounts of money from Buckeye fans. And some of them said, yes, there was a lot of red in the stadium, but there was a good chunk of fans that were like turning down $20,000 for their tickets to that game. And they would tell you, hey, they went on to win the game. It's a memory you'll never forget. So maybe they're glad that they didn't do it. Maybe they're in a spot where they don't need $20,000.
Well, if you're turning down $20,000, you are in a spot financially where you don't need $20,000. It doesn't do anything for you.
If you offered me, so I'm in for 20. If you offered me $5,000 a ticket,
yeah.
I would do it.
I think that's
because then I'm making about $7,000 ish
Yes.
off of the set. Like
You make $7,000 off of the tickets.
At that
I can't
point,
fault you.
You love your team, but that's $7,000.
What's the amount that I tell you make that you go, really? You sold out for that? Like if it's like $2,000, are you questioning me?
$2,000 is like the over/under marker for me. Like $1,999 is the like.
Yeah.
Like if you're under that, what's the matter with you? You're a bad fan.
If you spent $2,500 for the tickets,
right?
But I make $2,000 selling them.
Yeah. If you're over $2,000, I'll say okay, I could get it. Like
$2,000 is
$2,000's
still
$2,000, man.
I think you need
I got
to
to fill
at
my truck on
least-
the way home. All right, I could use $2,000 right now.
If you
cost me that.
if you doubled your money back, less than double your money.
Yeah, we
I'm
got
like,
issues for
Yeah.
$500. Like really, that
Because
was all
if
it
you
took?
already shelled out that
And then
much,
your team loses by 20 and you go, I could have made $6,000 instead of watching this crap. Welcome to our hellscape as a Blazer fan.
blew a 15-point game 3 lead. Is that what you're telling me against Golden State?
We have a lot to get to in the second hour of the program. We kick it off with Stephen Wilson, host of host of the Ole Miss Locked On podcast. Lane Kiffin comments. We'll kick off hour 2 with that on 105.1 The Fan.
From the George McCoy and Warren Allen Sports Desk, a Sports Center update on the Fan Sports Network, 105.1 FM and 1080 AM.
First on the Fan, PGA Championship round 2. After round 1 saw 7 players tied at 3 under for the lead. That's down to 5. Scotty Scheffler was one of them, but bogeying 2 of his first 3 holes. He is at 1 under. Alex Smalley on the course is at 3 under. Patrick Reed has it to 2 under. Pair of elimination games potentially in the NBA playoffs in the Eastern semifinals. Cavs at home trying to knock out the Pistons in Game 6, 4-10 tip. Cleveland 3.5-point favorites. Then to the West, we go to Minneapolis, where the Timberwolves try to avoid elimination against the Spurs. 6:40 tip. San Antonio 5.5-point favorite. Both those games on Prime Video. I'm Jason Swigart from the George McCoy at Warren Allen Sports Desk. Don't call your mom. Call George McCoy at warrenallen.com.
This is
and the Fan Sports Network. That's 1080 AM, the Odyssey app, and YouTube. Good morning. Happy Friday, everybody. A little bit of a fast break Friday, flop shot Friday, and it's obviously going to be a football Friday. We got the NFL schedule release. We're about to talk some college football with a great guest. But before we do, I want to remind you that you can join us June 23rd as Toyota presents the Fan Golf Classic out at Langdon Farms. The afternoon round is sold out, and there's 5 or less rounds, I think, available in the morning. So you're going to have to sign up now at 1051thefan.com. Click on the Fan Golf Classic logo. We'll all be eating Matt's barbecue out there, so we're looking forward to a great meal. And the Fan will be hanging out on the infamous Angels Envy Bourbon Par 3. The Fan Golf Classic presented by Toyota is also brought to you by Vulcan Design and Construction, Henderson and Daughter Windows and Doors, George McCoy at Warren Allen Attorneys at Law, Battery Exchange, Maestro Dope Bell Tequila, your neighborhood restaurant group, Philbrook Law, 1-800-DIVORCE, Roto-Rooter, and Illegal Mezcal Window Nation. Shout out to all our great sponsors.
Can't wait.
We'll get to some NFL schedule release stuff. But before we do, we thought, this story's kind of been the story of the week in the sport of college football, along with the 24-team expansion. So let's go down to Oxford, Mississippi. Ole Miss football, the host of the Ole Miss Locked On podcast, Stephen Wilson on Twitter, at the Stephen Willis, not Wilson, Willis. My apologies there. He is great. I've been watching his content all week, so I'm excited to have him on. Good morning, Stephen. How you doing?
I'm doing quite well. I can only assume you want to talk about the backup cornerback position coming out of spring.
It was either the backup quarterback, Stephen, or racism. I didn't know where to quite go.
Don't forget
this.
Basket weaving. Do you know how to basket weave, Stephen? We need to know.
6 of one, half a dozen of another, right?
Yeah. Well, let's start, because we're not in the SEC out here, right? We have a Pac-12 team and a Big Ten team, but we love following the SEC drama, and it's been quite a week for drama in that conference. We've had Sankey comments on the expansion. You got Sark taking shots. The Lane Kiffin one, I saw. It feels like you kind of have a similar sentiment as us, but like from outside looking in, his comment of like, this is actually why I left. Racism. It was just like, it wasn't the $91 million. Like, what are we doing here with the Lane Kiffin stuff? It went from what seemed like maybe a fun kind of personal thing to now it feels like that primetime game, Stephen, is going to be very hostile in a way that maybe we haven't seen at Oxford before.
Yeah, when they announced it was a night game, there was a funny tweet by the Oxford Police Department of like the office, Daryl just going, yay, it was really funny. That night is going to be quite entertaining. Listen, this whole situation is weird because Ole Miss in particular has been a punching bag, a lightning rod for this issue for 50 years. Mm-hmm. And They earned that. But part of that is they now own it, and they own their history, and they work to make themselves better. They're very sensitive about this topic because of how much they have done. The rest of the SEC basically stopped in 1962, slapped their hands together and said, okay, we're done. Everything's all good. Ole Miss continued to get better and continue to build. And I think that is something that Mississippians in general can be really proud of, is the fact that they're just not standing still on their laurels. And my point is, the same people are in every place around the Southeastern Conference. There's not a single place that is worse or better than the other one. And I think in a situation to where you've tried to improve and tried to better yourself, that's actually a thing that you need to brag about. And whenever somebody else tries to use that against you, you actually have the receipts that you can point out and say, hey, wait a second. We've been working on this for 3 decades. What have you been doing?
Yeah.
That is where I'm coming from on this.
Yeah, I think that's a great perspective to have. Now, I'm curious because I think it was Bomani Jones did a feature piece on Chambliss and asked his family, like, hey, was this ever something that came up? And it was an immediate no. Like, I'm assuming you've been around the program a long time. I was like, is this something that you actually hear from recruits? Or did Lane Kiffin pull this out of his rear end to try and, like he always does, make himself look like the victim in this case?
Yeah, I think it's a little bit. Now, I don't want to say he never heard it because odds are, I mean, it's a school in the Deep South. Somebody might have had that reservation. You don't know. But overall, I talked to somebody high up in the Ole Miss athletic department that deals with NIL. Lane Kiffin did not complain about that issue one time in 6 years at Ole Miss. He complained about the stadium size, the athletic facilities, the students leaving in the fourth quarter, but he did not complain about that. And so that makes me kind of lean to the area that he was doing something self-serving with that. It was a calculated thing.
Yeah, we're talking with Stephen Wills here, host of the Locked On Ole Miss podcast. Busy week for Ole Miss. So Lane takes the easy get out of, like, it's Ole Miss's fault. They're this way, so I had to leave for more money at LSU. I'm curious, why did Steve Sarkisian decide to step in then? Like, Lane Kiffin's comments are not resonating very well. Everybody's kind of talking about it, and then, like, within the same breath, Steve Sarkisian steps in and starts talking about basket weaving. Where did that come from?
You kind of wonders when everybody that was on the same staff at USC is taking shots at Ole Miss randomly. Sarkisian, Kiffin, Ed Orgeron did it. It's kind of weird that all these guys that are friends all of a sudden are saying, hey, this is wrong, and let's pick out this random school. Hey, let's go at Ole Miss about this. Yeah, that stuff amuses me because, listen, as a Mississippian, as somebody that a long time, whenever this issue comes up, you kind of go, okay, here we go again. But this time, for the first time, the whole country is going against Lane Kiffin.
Yeah.
And Ole Miss is like, hey, honestly, this is going to sound really weird. It doesn't feel like Ole Miss has made it, but it kind of feels like Ole Miss has gotten back to zero to where they can start continuing to get better to make it. Because for the long time, it felt like that hole was so deep that you just were never going to get out.
That's a great point. Like, when you look at that game that's going to happen in Oxford, I would be willing to bet like 85% of the country is going to be rooting for Ole Miss to win that game because Lane Kiffin has become so unlikable in this entire process. Now, let me ask you an actual football question. I'm just curious, like, last year, you go on the surprising run, and Lane leaves, and it's like, how's this team going to survive without a head coach? Beat Georgia. Oh, my God. You push Miami all the way to the brink. Like, you're on – I know there was a Tulane game in there, too, but it was expected to win. And you're a couple plays away from going to a national championship. How does this team profile compared to last year's? And how big is the addition or I guess, re-addition of Chambliss and now knowing he's going to be eligible and available for another season?
If you look at the talent that is coming back to Ole Miss, this is a top 5 roster. And the question becomes, can Pete Golding do what he did in the playoffs in regular season after he's had time up there? Can John David Baker, who was the co-offensive coordinator until 2023 at Ole Miss with Charlie Weiss Jr., so it's the same offense. Everything's going to look identical. You have potentially the top quarterback in college football. You have potentially the top running back in college football. They rebuilt the back end of the defense through the transfer portal. finished number 2 in the 24/7 transfer portal rankings. The expectation for this Ole Miss team is to make the playoffs. With or without Lane Kiffin, you are supposed to make the playoffs this year. This was supposed to be the year, if everybody came back, that you really competed. Last year was the transition year. So I'm curious. You have a quarterback in Trinidad, though. He has a chance to have a Baker Mayfield type impact. Those transcendent quarterbacks. You guys had that with like Marcus Mariota in Oregon and stuff like that. That is going to be like a +1 win total. So the SEC is going to 9 conference games this year. So that's going to be difficult. Ole Miss's schedule is going to be more difficult than it was a year ago, but this is going to be a more talented team than what they had a year ago as well. So they might not make the playoffs, but the expectation should be to make the playoffs.
Yeah.
Do you like the 24-team expansion conversation happening? I know Sankey seems to be a little against it. He wants 16, but it does feel like all the other commissioners seem to be in favor. Coaches even in the SEC. I know Kirby came out and supported it, and that's a pretty big name to have behind it. Where are you at on the 24-team college football playoff expansion?
I'm all about the 24-team college football playoff because I don't know that there's a reality that Ole Miss becomes a major player in the 12-team playoff. But Ole Miss could become a perennial 24-team playoff team.
Yeah.
And that helps schools like Ole Miss, like Mississippi State, like Arkansas. The second tier, now it doesn't help Georgia. It doesn't help Alabama. It doesn't help schools like that. And whenever people say the SEC, that's what they're talking about.
Right.
But schools like Ole Miss and the second tier of what's going on, that they are pretty much all in favor of the 24-team playoff because it helps that school individually.
Yeah, especially now with 9 conference games, and you got to play the bonus non-conference Power 5 games. So you got 10, or Power 4, I guess it is now, 10 Power 4 games. Let me ask you this. It is, the end of September. LSU's in town. We all know it's a primetime game. Game day is there. What are we looking like for average get-in ticket price that night? What's your ballpark in your head?
That's a good question.
It's already on Game Time. It's $500 to get in right now.
Yeah. Only going to go up.
So, yeah, listen, I don't know that there's been a more anticipated college football game since maybe the rematch of Catholics versus convicts.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Something like that. This is going to be ridiculous. And the hilarious thing is, to me, Lane Kiffin put it out. It's like, do not compare us to Ole Miss in year one. Do not talk about that. He doesn't expect to win this ballgame.
Mm-hmm.
And you could tell after 6 years of Lane Kiffin, you can kind of translate what he's doing and how he's acting. And this is a coach that doesn't think he's going to win that game. He's trying to soften the landing when it does. And if that happens, if you get through there, LSU has a real chance of being 1-3 at the end of September, and I just want to see what that mushroom cloud looks like.
Oh, that would be delightful. Stephen Willis does a good job hosting the Locked On Ole Miss podcast. Joining us this morning is Lane Kiffin's comments regarding Ole Miss, Steve Sarkisian jumping into the fray, Summerall defending Ole Miss to a certain extent down there in Florida because he coached there at one time. It's going to be fascinating, man. There's never an offseason in college football. Stephen Willis on Twitter, @TheStephenWillis. Thanks so much for hopping on with us this morning, Stephen. We appreciate the time.
No problem, guys. Thank you.
All right, there we go. Good stuff. Stephen Willis down there in Oxford on the Lane Kiffin. I love the quote. Never in 6 years in the NIL department did he complain about race issues. One-time stadium, fans leaving early.
He wanted a bigger NIL budget. He complained about that constantly.
Yeah, well, it's weird. He goes to LSU. What's bigger at LSU probably than Ole Miss? The NIL budget.
That's why he took the job. That's all you got to say.
It's
so easy. I used the Live Golf example last week, and I think it's or earlier this week, whenever it was. I think it's spot on. It's guys saying, I wanted to spend more time with my family. That's why I went to play with Live. It's like, no, it's not. They gave you $100 million. That's why you went to go play on Live.
I want to ask you, do you think so there was obviously a lot of traction with the Lane comments this week, and then Steve Sarkisian just jumping in to make the attention about him. I almost wondered, did he just say that so he could instantly have his name?
He just being jealous. Why is anybody talking about Texas?
Lane again. Oh, dominated the news cycle already.
Don't forget about the Longhorns.
If Kiffin just says what we all know, like if they're like, why did you leave Ole Miss, a playoff team that made the semifinal for LSU when you did? If Kiffin just goes dirt, did you see the contract? Do we talk about it much,
No.
or do we go, "Oh my, can you believe he admitted this?" Or do we just go,
No,
"Hey, look at some honesty"?
I think we would say, appreciate the honesty, Lane. Like, yeah, sounds about right. You left because it's a place that's won multiple national championships with multiple head coaches. They've won one with Ed Orgeron.
Yep.
They won one with Les Miles. They won one with Nick Saban. That's this century. They've won 3 titles with 3 different coaches.
Yeah.
It's a team that has as big of a budget for NIL and spending on roster as anywhere in the entire sport, maybe the most in the entire sport. That's how wealthy they are. It's got a huge alumni base. You got one of the nicest, loudest stadiums in the country. Like, it's one of the most revered, respected programs in all of college football. That's why I left. They paid me $91 million to come to a place where they've won 3 national titles, and Ole Miss has never won one in the modern era. And they didn't have $91 million to pay me. That's why I left.
Stuart Mandel has a piece on The Athletic about basically the 2014 college football playoff destroying the soul of the sport. And I don't have to agree with all the opinions to say I get the point. I totally do. And you know me, I'm not the biggest 2014 thing, but I think that's kind of where this is headed, even though Sankey won 16.
Every other conference has now come out publicly supported a 2014 playoff.
So is Notre Dame.
And
that's an important one because their AD is basically a pseudo-commissioner of that sport. I find it interesting that we're writing pieces like this, or people are emailing people like Stuart Mandel of this soul of the sport is leaving. And I understand where it was for people in that sport around the country. The idea that none of this was written or said out loud when the Pac-12 was literally killed, it kind of makes my blood boil a little bit.
I can see that, and I don't understand why.
I'm not begrudging any teams. I understand the big money business of this stuff. It's like these teams all left for their financial futures. SC did it. UCLA did it because they went to the Big Ten and got a full share.
Yep.
Oregon and Washington, we're kind of looking at this like, yo, what are we going to do? Let's go get a better share. All the other teams that went to the Big 12, I get it. This is just like, for me, it makes my blood boil that now the soul of the sport is in jeopardy.
Now it's gone.
We had a Power 5 conference literally blown up and ceased to exist that existed forever.
Yeah.
And gave us some of our best memories in the sport, some of the best teams in the sport. Hell, the baseball in the Big Ten is making that conference respected because of that former conference.
Yeah.
So I kind of laugh, but also get frustrated when we're like, the soul of the sport will cease to exist if they go to 24. Mike Greenberg, they're going to sit guys at Ohio State and Michigan games now. I'm like, you think they're going to sit guys in that game? It's like we literally watched them kill our West Coast conference and make all these teams have to go to these dumb conferences.
A regional conference died.
Where was the think pieces on that?
On the soul of the sport being lost.
That's
and all
when the
of this,
soul died.
When USC and UCLA left, or when it all started with Texas and Oklahoma joining the SEC in honesty, because that led to the dominoes falling of the Big Ten feeling like they needed to make a move. I'm with you 100%. I still miss the Pac-12 to this day. I understand the finances of why Oregon did what they did, and for a long-term vision, it was unquestionably the right call. But if you gave me a wish to go back and say, how would I draw this up, I would have the Pac-12 put back together and play in the regional conference that we've always played in, against teams we've always played against. With history and tradition and easy to travel to the games and they're close by, to lose that, it still genuinely sucks in the sport, and I totally get why that's the perspective. I also just chuckle at the idea of it kills the soul of the sport, because I think our guest just highlighted how that's not the case, man. Like,
he wants his team to have a shot,
we're
even if
talking
they don't
about,
really have a shot.
You have to parcel through who you're talking about in these debates. Does it lessen the impact of the regular season for Georgia? Yeah, because Georgia's going to be in a 24-team college football playoff every year. Mm-hmm. Does it lessen it for go down Texas, Oregon, Ohio State, like go down the list of teams? Like, yeah, it's going to lessen it because you could be 9-3 and guaranteed a spot in the playoff every year. And sure, some of the regular season won't feel like it meant the way that it used to mean, but it also means a ton more to some of these programs who don't have a legitimate shot at getting to a 12-team playoff, or don't feel like that pathway is there for them. And all of a sudden, their games matter more and mean more at the end of the regular season. And so, if you're going to highlight one negative end of the spectrum, you also have to highlight the positive of the other side of it.
Yeah, he comps the 24-team playoff to the movie Don't Look Up. Is basically where the piece goes there. So. Yeah. You can go read that if you want on The Athletic, but good stuff from Stephen Willis on the fallout of Lane Kiffin and his comments regarding Ole Miss. We got the NFL schedule release. Let's dive into some of the schedule release stuff, including the teams that aren't on primetime, and the team did it. They leaned into what everybody thought they would. We'll talk about that coming up next. Hour 2 rolls on. Dirt and Sprague, 105.1, The Fan.
From the George McCoy and Warren Allen Sports Desk, a Sports Center update on the Fan Sports Network, 105.1 FM and 1080 AM.
First on the Fan, conditions might even be worse on day 2 of the PGA Championship than they were in day 1. Scotty Scheffler is 3 over through 5 holes. He has fallen out of the lead, still at 3 under, with Alex Smalley, Aldrich Potgieter, Steven Yeager, Minwoo Lee, and Ryo Hisatsuni. Patrick Reed's got it to 2 under along with Chandler Blanchett. Closeout games in the NBA playoffs tonight, starting with the Cavaliers at home against the Pistons. Game 6 of the Eastern Conference semis, 4-10 tip, Cleveland 3.5-point favorites. Then to the West, Spurs looking to knock out the Timberwolves in Minnesota, 6:40 tip, San Antonio 5.5-point favorites. Both those games on Prime Video. I'm Jason Swigard from the George McCoy at Warren Allen Sports Desk. Don't call your mom, call George McCoy at warrenallen.com.
This is the
All right, welcome back in. Dirt Sprague here on 105.1 The Fan. Talk a little NBA playoffs coming up here. Got a pretty big Spurs-Wolves game tonight.
Oh!
Be watching it in the middle of the woods.
Oh, you're going camping this weekend? Where are you going?
It's not camping.
Okay.
We have a cabin.
We're going, cabin
Yeah.
on Mount Hood where we stand.
Yeah.
Yeah?
Yeah.
The weather looks like it's going to be nice.
Guess what we didn't click? Refundable. It's a non-refundable situation that we tried to cancel on Wednesday.
Do they have like electricity and stuff at this
Yeah,
cabin?
yeah.
Okay,
No,
it's like
dude,
a modern era cabin.
Yeah, it's
okay.
got Wi-Fi.
I got Wi-Fi.
It might have an electric car charger
You got
there.
it. There you go. That's all you need.
We're
You'll be all right.
not deep in the middle of nowhere
Hey,
here.
as long as you give me a covered patio, if it's raining, I go sit out there,
No,
enjoy
I'm
a cup
good.
of
Put
Joe.
me inside.
Yeah, just
What
be
are you
inside.
doing?
You're fine.
I'm gonna be. It's gonna be
Yeah,
50 degrees in rain.
Go smell the pines, man. You're up on the mountain.
Smell the pines at my house. There's trees everywhere.
Look for the lions and the
What, I live in a
bears.
desert?
Where are they running around? Hey,
I want
bears.
nothing. Hey, bear. Hey, bear.
Hey, Smokey.
Nothing to do with that. We'll get to the NBA playoff conversation. We'll give you an update on the PGA Championship at some point. But the NFL schedule full release was out. Is it odd to you? And we got audio we're gonna play you here. But
Yeah.
is it odd to you the way that they do the NFL schedule, where it's like leak?
Not odd at all. I think they know
And
exactly.
then full schedule release?
I think they know exactly what they're doing. We are so desperate for football this time of year. Like our football itch is starting to itch. We just had the draft, and they know with all of the leaks and the slow bleed, how it extends the headlines for day after day after day. How many segments have we done now?
Oh, yeah.
In
Like
some
3 or
way,
4.
shape, or form.
Yes.
On some ballpark of the schedule release.
You're not wrong to point that
International
out.
game schedule.
Right, yeah.
Opening game. We did it when we even got the opening game wrong. And then had
yeah.
to do another segment yesterday on a new opening game.
Turns out that was the opening game. Patriots-Seahawks is the opening game.
The actual opening game.
Yeah,
I think they
hear
know
your
what they're
point.
doing. I think they love bleeding this out. The NFL loves doing whatever they can to get as many eyeballs and ears and attention as they can in the offseason, and nothing highlights that more than their schedule release.
So the schedule releases are out. I pulled the first 20 so seconds of the Seahawks. I saw the Seahawk one, and they kind of went like Cologne commercial type vibe.
I had not seen theirs until you pointed it out. That was pretty funny.
Very interesting.
Yes.
I always find like what the teams decide to do. The Titans, for example, walked around and just found random people on the streets of Nashville. And if they looked like somebody on the schedule, they would basically introduce themselves. And
It was
then
really good.
person would turn around and they'd comp the photos. So like the first person they get is Woody Johnson-like guy.
There's some old guy with sunglasses on. Woody, is that you?
The Chargers did the Halo game.
Chargers are usually the winners of this. Their social teams are pretty undefeated over the years.
And the Raiders did exactly what we predicted they would do. They leaned into the Step Brothers thing.
They did.
With Kirkers and Fernando.
Yes, they are the Step Brothers. The audio of it was funny. The Titans one, the best one was at the end. I think they were asking for Jerry Jones. They thought it was some old guy who was clearly just on vacation in Nashville. And then the microphone picks him up saying, "No, I'm from the UK, mate." And he's like just some guy from London, England over here visiting. They think he looks like Jerry Jones. There were a few good ones, a few bad ones. The one that I had the biggest beef with.
What was your bad ones?
So
because I don't watch all 32.
I had
of
not
these.
seen all of them. It's too much, dude. I don't have enough time to watch all of these. Like, it's insane how long a lot of them are. Like, come on, man.
So you gave that take off the show before we started, and I agree with you. It's why I don't seek out all 32. We're talking like some of these are 7-8 minutes.
Yeah, it's too long.
And that's not like all of my time in my day, but I'm
No.
like, do I really want to watch you tell me you play the Cardinals and the Bears and the Texans? Like, I don't know if I care that much.
No.
Because I'm going to forget it anyway. So, yeah, I agree with the take. These videos are too long. They're back to our commencement speech.
It's too long. Make it 3 minutes, quick and easy, so I can watch it and laugh and get a good chuckle and move on to the
I
next
agree
one.
with you.
The Chargers one was great, but again, it was
It's
long.
too lengthy.
And there's stuff in there like I appreciate the levels of creativity, but if I'm not picking up, I'm not going to go back and watch it. Like the Chargers are so creative that there's little nuance. It's like watching a Christopher Nolan movie twice. Like what happened in Inception. You got to like pause it and get a screen grab to be like, "Ooh, they made fun of that." It doesn't like that's you're making it a little too complicated. That's
Right.
my beef. The one that I didn't see that everybody made fun of was the Cardinals. I did not see the Cardinals, but a lot of people said theirs was the worst. The two biggest beefs I had, one was, did you see the Jets and what they did?
I missed the Jet one.
So the Jets did a thing where you basically have how you see those like paint videos where the 3 different colors make one color. So they did that for every opponent where they'd have like blotches of colors at the top. And then, somebody on the screen would mix the colors together and then they'd paint down and it would create the color of the opponent that they were going to play. Go watch it in the next break. And I'm curious, how many of the colors can you actively predict what the matchup is going to be? Because I ended up finding myself very upset. And I'm like, oh, that's got to be the Lions. Nope, it's the fill in the blank other bluish team. Oh, that's got to be the Texans. Nope, fill in the blank of another team. Like the only one I got was at the end. I think I ended up getting the Patriots maybe, or the Chargers. I can't remember. But it's like, what are we doing here if I can't even guess this? But that one gave me beef. And then did you see what the Jags did?
I just saw the Cardinal one.
Okay.
And so they're doing a Zoom with all the mascots.
That's what it is? Okay. I just heard people say that one was terrible, so I didn't go watch
That's
it.
got to be Lions. That's Titans.
Okay.
Yeah, to your point, you're right. They're mixing colors and then dropping the color mixes
down, and it's
into
like,
what the team color is.
And I got frustrated watching it, and I'm like,
that's Packers.
right, thank you. And I'm like
orange,
yelling
gotta
at my
go.
screen. That was the first one. I'm like, that's got to be Broncos, and it's Green Bay.
That's Lions. Okay. So far, I'm 0 for 3.
See my point?
Hold on.
I think I only got one right the entire video. And it made me
Raiders?
angrier as it went on.
Bears?
Bears.
How is that Bears?
Exactly. It's a creative theory.
I got to admit, it's kind of like got me locked in because I
Yes.
like seeing them paint thing.
Yes.
The Browns?
The
How is
sound
that
of-
the Browns? It's
the-
not even they're
No.
or like an orange.
No, the sound effect is fun too because they do like the.
This is better than the Cardinal one.
Yes, I'll
The
grant you that.
Cardinals just doing a Zoom with the mascots and like the side chat. Like, dude, I don't want to think about work, and you're doing a work Zoom.
Yeah, I don't want.
I'm out on that one.
The Jags, if you didn't see it, was just essentially Trevor Lawrence getting a haircut.
Like, what?
He just got a haircut. He just cut his hair.
Cut off the locks?
I don't know if they did it jokingly for the video or if he actually got a haircut, but he basically has like a perm at the end of it, and it's just as the hair is falling to the ground, they're putting up games on the screen. I was like, that's all you could come up? Like,
Interesting.
some of them go too far. This one, like, that's way too simple.
I think the Charger one, if you're doing like a Halo video game, you're spending a decent amount of money on that. That's not something you're getting done. But also, I don't play Halo,
I never did either.
so I don't really understand a lot of maybe the little Easter egg things they're dropping about the game mixed with the NFL.
They take shots at the other, like the Chargers have no cares, no Fs, if you will. Like they blew up Bo Nix's ankle. They were the only ones, to my knowledge, that joked about the Vrabel Rossini incident.
I heard it. I didn't catch that.
So again, this is this you got to go like dig into the weeds on this, which nobody's going to do. But then people will screen grab it. When they were playing the Patriots, there was a thing about you have a message waiting from the New York Post or something along those lines, or pictures from the New York Post.
I did like in the Patriot one for the Chargers, they showed that it was their next opponent, and they were showing their schedule, and it said like regular season cupcakes.
Yeah.
And then it got to the wild card, and it like cut out and was like nothing to see here, nothing to see
right.
here.
We didn't lose this game.
And then it went to the divisional round and on and on and on.
Crash and burn before you get to the Super Bowl.
So I thought that was kind of funny. But okay, so here is. Well, you got to play this. He
okay.
just
He
randomly
left.
decided to leave.
Okay, what am I playing here?
We uploaded the first 24 seconds. If you missed it, here is the intro to the Seattle Seahawks schedule release.
How do you capture the essence of a winner? Study the plays, watch the tapes, crunch the numbers. No, the only way to capture the essence of a winner is with a fragrance. Wake up. Emotion. Power.
Lombardi. That one was pretty good. I had not seen that one until today. There's too many of them and they're too long. Like I sat around last night trying to catch up on as many of them because I knew we were going to talk about this today.
Yeah.
And I get through like 7 of them. I'm like, dude, it's been 45 minutes, man. Like Atlanta's was like, Harley, shout out to P1.
Atlanta's was good. It kind of went to the
They did a This
old
is
ESPN.
Sports Center,
Yeah.
and it's Matt Ryan having a hard time adjusting to non-playing life, and he's like yelling at guys in a meeting. The Wi-Fi password is, jet right, Z motion, XY flip. He's got this long. That one was pretty good, but it was like 6.5 minutes long, man. Cut these things down a little bit.
So I'm trying to see. I'm kind of going through teams. So the Broncos leaned into Manning.
Oh, okay. I didn't see the Broncos.
So
that was one I didn't get to.
he comes into his living room, and I think this is a daughter. Basically, like, what are you watching type deal. And now I think they're going to end up going through the schedule some way. So, like, that's the cool thing. I still, to my dying day, I'm always going to find it so fascinating how in on the Broncos he is and how not Colts related he is in almost every way of his life at this point.
It's very funny. They turned their back on him when he needed neck surgery, and he said, "See you later, alligator." Are you ready, by the way, for the next Manning Mania? Have you seen the highlight?
Is that not odd to you?
It's a little weird.
Can we not
It's
have
a little
some
weird.
context of like, dude, nobody thought you were going to play anymore. That wasn't just Colts related.
Yeah, is it?
The Niners tried because they needed a quarterback.
Yeah, and then Harbaugh threw the ball too
The
hard.
Broncos didn't have anything post Elway.
No, they had nothing.
And yeah, it kind of blew up in the Colts' face, and you won a Super Bowl. Like,
well, they landed Andrew Luck out of it. They ended up being
he's
fine.
also, I'm just saying, like, he's pretty he's not like anti-Colts, but like,
He doesn't have anything to do with them.
He
He's
does-
around Denver all the time.
yeah, I mean, he lives in Denver full time, which I don't blame you. Live in Denver over Indy all day, but
Sure, Denver's a beautiful city.
it's just fascinating to me how like so Bronco he is and how not Colt related he is.
Is it? And I don't know if the athletes are on the same level in terms of like all-time great status. It's got a Clyde vibe to it.
Yeah, that's a great
Like
comp.
Clyde
It's a
was
real
here
Clyde
forever,
vibe.
accomplished the majority of the things in
But
his
it's
career
all
here.
Rockets for him.
And it's a little
Yeah.
bit different because he's a Houston guy. So
Yep.
he went back home. It's where he went to college and all that.
He's got Knicks, so they're watching TV basically, and the commercials and everything on it is an opponent. So Knicks, for example, is the old Elway Vortex commercial. He's trying to throw the ball 100 yards.
That's pretty funny. I like that. Have you seen, by the way, the highlights of his kid? We have another
the
Manning.
next Manning?
Peyton's kid?
Yeah, he's
He
tearing
is
it up
an
in like 8th grade, right?
Absolute dead
He's a
ringer
unit.
for his dad.
Yeah.
Like every motion, every
Yep.
play fake, every like I've seen highlights of him.
And he's like, they're talking about his
he's well
size.
built.
He's
yeah.
huge. Yeah.
He's a well built younger. Like like the Manning family is going to dominate quarterback play for our entire lifetimes.
How many Manning quarterbacks will we get in the NFL post the Peyton, Eli?
Does Eli have any kids?
Yeah, he's got
He
a
does?
couple.
He
I think
does?
he's got. I know he has a son.
Okay. Well,
got
that
a
kid's
couple.
going to go. We're going to have Arch in there. I think Peyton's kid is Marshall. Is it Marshall?
I think so, but he's being heavily recruited in 8th grade.
Yeah.
So, like, that's going to happen.
I mean, we're getting at least 3 more in the NFL. At the bare minimum, 3 more. In
Are you-
our lifetimes, then you have to think about Arch's kids.
Well,
Like,
we're starting to get all the names, right? Like Joey Porter Jr. has been a player for a couple
Yeah.
seasons now in the Steelers.
there's a lot of those that throw me off.
Yeah, it happens.
God, I'm old, man.
Randy Moss's kid being tied in on LSU's title team. I was like, man, this is crazy.
And that was in 29. That was already 7 years ago.
2019. I
He won a
know.
national title 7 years ago,
I
man.
know. It doesn't make any sense.
God, you old balls over there.
One observation from the NFL schedule release I find interesting that's kind of become a little bit of a trend for the NFL, and I'll tell you what that is on the other side. Dirt and Sprague, we roll on 105.1, The Fan.
The The Fan.
Got a little sidetracked during the commercial break. I want to get to the schedule note that I observed. I want to talk about the Kirk Cousins, Fernando Mendoza, stepbrothers lean-in.
Did we just become best friends?
Yeah, Swag he couldn't pick up what they were doing. He thought it was very odd, and then I told him, and he was like, oh.
Now it
Yeah,
makes sense.
I haven't honed in on that particular movie the way I have some other Will Ferrell, like old school.
Sure, yeah.
I'm
That
shocked.
one-
That's my favorite Will Ferrell movie.
That's your number one, huh?
Step Brothers.
I mean, it's not a bad take because it's a great movie.
I still laugh so hard on
Yeah.
that.
Talladega Nights. I've
That's yours?
pretty much that and
He went
old
on a
school.
run there for a while.
That and old
but-
school for me. And I don't. Step Brothers was funny. I don't discount. I'm not here to poo-poo Step Brothers.
Sure.
I just haven't consumed it like.
See, he's in old
Internal-
school, but like I don't view that as
Yeah.
necessarily the same as a Will Ferrell movie.
No,
He's not
it
the
was
star of the
not
movie.
quite because you had Vaughn and Wilson
Yeah.
and all those dudes.
Yeah.
He wasn't necessarily the main guy in the movie.
Right.
Now Talladega Nights, it was him and John C. Reilly, and that was the
Him and John C. Reilly in
Yeah.
anything, and I'm in.
yeah.
Yeah, it's a hell of a tandem, man. Hell
I
of a
just
tandem.
haven't internalized that movie the way I have a few other Will Ferrell movies.
I mentioned how my daughter hates how much she is like me when I pointed out. The one thing she will not be ashamed of is how much she loves watching that movie. When she watched it the first time, and I'm like, "Are you laughing?" And she's like, "This is hilarious." I'm like, "Yeah, it is.
Yeah,
It's a great movie."
We used to make great comedy movies in this country. What the hell happened?
I got sidetracked. So, have you seen what's happening in Atlanta?
No.
No.
It's not great, Bob.
Uh-oh.
Have you ever taken or been in a Waymo?
Oh, I did
What?
see this story.
A
No, I have
Waymo.
not, but I did see this story
You
yesterday.
know, the self-driving Uber type car.
Oh no, I haven't there yet.
So it's been around for a hot couple years.
Yeah, the
here.
only place I've seen them all over the place is
The Bay Area?
Area.
Right. So they've been around, but they're starting to infiltrate different cities. They've infiltrated Atlanta, and citizens in a particular neighborhood in a sector of their metropolitan area have had to call authorities because these Waymos are circling roundabouts for hours with nobody in them.
This blew my mind yesterday.
And it's in a
It terrified
neighborhood
me.
where kids are walking, people are walking their
It's just like a
pets.
normal residential neighborhood. It's not a
Regular-
busy downtown area.
And it's just a roundabout, and you can go find videos. And the Waymos are just circling the roundabouts, and people are like, there's nobody in these cars.
No.
So they're calling and complaining that these cars are just disrupting the whole neighborhood
Yeah.
with no passengers in them.
because they don't just stand parked. They drive around town, and that's for some reason they go into that neighborhood.
And the reason I bring this up is Waymo.
Coming to
Welcome to
Portland.
Portland, Oregon.
They're coming to Portland.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
They're testing the fleet out, and they're going to start rolling these out in Portland. So get ready to randomly run in downtown
God, it's terrifying
and
to
get
me.
hit by a Waymo robot car.
I get that the technology is safe, and there's, I just the idea of jumping in a driverless car to take you home.
Does
is
driving in
just-
downtown make you feel better about it than like if you had to go on an interstate at any one point?
Yeah, but then there's a lot of stops and people
Nah.
at crosswalks, and I know that it's
And you're
just
gonna be like,
weird for me,
"Stop,
dude.
stop!"
It's weird for me, dude. Did you also see? So did you watch the whole news video of this?
Yeah.
So they're going in the roundabouts and they won't stop, and these neighbors are like, "Get these cars out of our neighborhood." So what did they do? They put up those little the yellow kid cone
The-
things with
the
the
slow
flag,
down
like
guys,
slow
yeah.
down. There's kids in this neighborhood, and they put a couple up to block their neighborhood off to keep them from coming in, and they all just
They could
jam
drive,
up.
yeah.
There's like 15 of these things that are just like jammed next to each other, blocking the road,
Yep.
all moving 1 inch at a time because the computers are censoring the other cars, and they can't figure out how to get out of there.
Somebody had when LA
This
was
is how it starts, by the way. This is the robot takeover. This is how it begins.
the Waymo?
The Waymo is taking us out.
No, dude. It's
These things are going to get their own thinking, their own critical thinking, and just start running us over on the open highway.
I think it's the other things that are the takeover, not the cars. I
It's
think
all,
the cars
they're
are the
all working together. They're all simpatico.
in the robot community. The cars are the cavemen, dumb buff guy.
Until they start driving 90 miles an hour into people crossing the street.
Yeah, but they're still going to be listening to the Overlord robot, and they're going to be like, "What you want us to do?" Okay, and then they're going to drive over people.
They're
What's
the,
the
they're
AI
the
robot?
mercenaries of
They're
the group.
mercenaries for sure, dude. They're the stupid trolls in Lord of the Rings that
They're
just
the orcs.
yeah. And they get shot with all the arrows. Oh,
Still going, though. They're still going. They're still running.
Somebody had a really good photo of the Waymoos during those, I forget what they were protesting. It was ICE in L.A. when they had the little things going on in little pockets of L.A. And someone was like, is this the most dystopian image of all time? And it was a Waymoo on fire and a guy behind him waving the American flag. It was like, my Lord.
Yeah, brother! Death to the robots.
Yeah, I think most people would disagree with you, though. I think a lot of people out there, including our listeners, are going to be jumping all over these Waymoos and tell you how wrong you are.
I've only been in one Uber before that was a Tesla. The only time I've ever driven in a self-driving car. And
you've been in one. I haven't been in one.
So not in. There was a driver, but he turned it off. Like he unplugged.
Oh, he just sat there basically.
I'm like, what are we doing? What am I paying you for, dude? Like, you're just sitting here playing on your phone.
I mean,
I'm on 84 right now going, you're changing lanes? The robot's changing lanes for you?
I don't know
and you're
how
playing on your phone?
quickly I'm going to adopt that piece of technology.
I will do this. I don't know about him. I don't know about Dirt. What I would say, though, is I would lay a couple units that guy over there is absolutely going to score Timbers tickets this summer and stay here and get hammered and Waymoo his ass over to the game and back from the game.
Now, the one benefit I did see, if you are out for a night on the town, there was a video that went viral earlier this week of somebody getting a ride home from the bar in one of these things and just vomiting all over the outside of the car. And it was the point of, if you do that in somebody's Uber, you're in trouble. They're making you clean that thing up. But
there's a cleaning fee that you have to pay. Yeah, for sure.
Nobody in that car. Could have been anybody. And it was a car
there's cameras all over.
So there was somebody
things.
filming him driving next to them on the road, and it's this guy you could just see his head's bobbing and his head's out the window, and there's just this brown trail down the side of the passenger door. Like, all right, thanks, Waymo. See you later.
Do you feel more or less confident in a Waymoo versus like our Max? What are you more scared in?
That's a good question.
Right now, people don't want to get off at the 42nd exit.
That's a really good question.
You know what I mean?
Probably safer in a Waymoo.
Yeah.
I've also, should be noted, been in some really bad Ubers over the years. Like, you get ones that smell, you get a guy that there's uncomfortable vibes.
What's worse?
I understand the benefit of not having to, I get why people will be attracted to that.
Do you ever leave notes on Ubers when they come to pick you up? Or
I
lifts?
never do anything.
Yeah.
I never rate. I never do. I don't touch it.
Oh, really?
No.
I'll rate if I'm not, my dealership that I used to go to, they'll call a lift.
Sure.
Because I don't want to wait
Come
for
pick
hours.
you up. Yeah, they give you a free lift right home.
I don't get to really rate through that because they're the ones booking it, not me. But if I book a Lyft or Uber in another city, yeah, I rate it every time.
Do you?
Yeah.
I mean, I should. The people rate me.
I was taking Ubers when I was in El Paso, and I'm like, I'm not from here, so everybody's getting 5 stars, tipped everybody.
Hey, there you go.
Did
I
they
always
all
do the tip.
Did they
I'll
all
do a
deserve
tip
the
if
5
it's a good-
stars?
Yeah, I think so. I never had any issue with it. Some were more talkative than others, but everybody was right on time. Everything was ready to go. Car was clean.
I've taken a lot of Ubers and Lyfts in my life. I've never. I'm trying to think of the worst experience I've had.
I went to a friend's wedding probably 4 or 5 years ago, I remember, and we took an Uber because we were going to have a night out in the town.
Yeah.
And I remember getting into a guy's van that had not looked like it had been cleaned in God knows how long.
That's tough.
Smelled like cat pee.
Oh.
He basically, it was
Probably lived in it.
heavier dude, looked like he was wearing basically underwear in the driver's seat, and I just thought, this is gross. Get me out of here.
Did you rate it?
And I was in a suit, too, because we're going to the,
Did
or
you
maybe
rate
not
it?
suit, but I was dressed nicely.
Yeah.
No, I don't rate negatively or positively. I'm not a review guy. I don't do it either way.
I think I'm gonna be the honest person in that situation and say not a really clean car, didn't smell great.
This guy's terrible. Get rid of him now. He's trying to talk to me the entire time. I'm just weirded out.
The problem is, when I went to Mexico in 8th grade, I still have not had any experience close to what a Mexican taxi cab experience was like. 90 miles an hour down a regular road, weaving in and out, no seatbelt. I'm like, what's happening here, man?
This is not safe in any way, shape, or form.
I didn't get to my observation from the NFL schedule that has become a little bit of a weird trend, and then also the Step Brothers part of the Raiders schedule announcement. The Waymoo thing completely distracted me during the commercial break.
Yeah, it'll do it. Those videos are wild.
A loaded 3rd hour and 4th hour, Dirt and Sprague, 105.1. The Fan.
It's time for Who's Stinking It Up?
Do not go in there.
A sports lowlight, ripped from the headlines.
We couldn't do diddly poo.
Brought to you by Three Mountains Home Services. Schedule your appointment online at threemountainshomservices.com.
Rory, how would you describe your opening round?
I started missing fairways. I missed fairway right on 4, fairway right on 6, fairway right on 7, fairway right on 9.
You just pull the fairway left on 4, not pull that for any time I talk about my golf round.
How'd you play this weekend, Sprague? Like, fairway left on right.
That's Rory McIlroy bogeyed 5 of his final 6 holes.
He's not been driving. I mean, he was second to last in the field in the Masters driving. That's why it was so miraculous that he won that tournament. Wild. He's got to figure that out to have a chance.
Who's stinking it up? Rory McIlroy, brought to you by 3 Mountains Home Services. If you're having trouble with hard water, lukewarm water, or hot water at all, call 3 Mountains Home Services and get your tanked water heater tuned up for only $49. Today's the last day to save money on bills. Who doesn't love hot water all year long? It's easy to schedule your appointment online at 3mountainshomeservices.com today.
Hey, guys.
Now, from the George McCoy and Warren Allen Sports Desk, a Sports Center update on the Fan Sports Network, 105.1 FM and 1080 AM.
First on the Fan, the wind is an issue at Aronimink round 2 of the PGA Championship. After 7 players were tied at 3 under to end round 1, there are 5 still at that number. Alex Smalley on the course now. Scotty Scheffler was one of the co-leaders after round one. He is 3 over through 6 holes. Rory McIlroy at +4 will tee off at 11 this morning. Potential elimination games in the NBA playoffs tonight. First up in the East, 4:10 from Cleveland. Cavaliers try to knock out the top-seeded Pistons. They are a 3.5-point favorite. In the West, the Spurs can take out the Timberwolves in Minnesota. 6:40 tip. San Antonio, 5.5-point favorites. Both those games on Prime Video. More sports scores and stories in 30 minutes. Jason Swigard from the George McCoy at Warren Allen Sports Desk. Don't call your mom. Call George McCoy at warrenallen.com.
This is the
Hey, welcome back in. Hour number 3, Dirt and Sprague here. Happy Friday to you. Portland Sports Leader, 105.1. Hey, FM The Fan, 1080 AM, the Odyssey app.
Right in the butt.
Live on YouTube. Calm down over there. How about shout out to our guy Nick Krupke? Just the glow up on that guy, man.
He's having a run here with the Road City Sports Net.
Dude, he's Mr. Fire. That's what they call him on the
Mr.
streets
Fire.
nowadays.
Yeah.
I'm seeing him on Instagram. He's coaching softball. He's Dad of the Year.
Oh, he's a great
he's
dad.
just what a guy, that
Yeah,
Nick
he's
Krupke,
coaching
man.
softball, multiple kids. He's doing the Rose City Sports Net. He's dominating the dojo
It's
right
all
now.
over the going on.
go, man. Here we go.
That's a Waymo guy if I've ever seen a Waymo guy.
It's a Waymo guy.
Yeah.
As we were saying the entire last segment, nobody was saying Waymoo. We were all saying Waymo.
I'll be honest with you, I don't really care.
I don't either. Screw 'em.
Waymo, it's a robot, man. It
Red
doesn't have
jacket, green
feelings.
jacket. They're going to take over the world at some point, anyways. Great story from the brand man on a Waymo in Atlanta that he took, where at one point they were all trying to catch it after leaving the bar.
Sure.
And the Waymo kept driving away from them because it sensed that they were in front of the car, but in reality they were behind the car, so they chased it.
Yeah.
And then after that, he finally got into a Waymo by himself, and a drunk Indiana fan jumped on the hood and said, "Waymo, take me home."
And
then
it deactivates if there's a body.
They're not driving anywhere, and so he's got to try and yell at the guy to get off the hood of the car. But if he gets out of the car, it cancels the ride, so he's got to go find another ride. He's got to get it. Just
well,
technology and stuff.
What I would say is, wouldn't you feel a little more encouraged? I know Brandman wanted to get home, and I don't blame him for getting frustrated because who wants a drunk idiot who's by himself, by the way, to have no bro get him
yelling,
off?
"Waymo, take me home!"
Wouldn't you feel a little less encouraged about the Waymo if it just plowed on with the guy on the hood? It'd make me feel a little less safe in a weird way. I'd want the guy off, but
keep going, man. I don't care. Get out of here. What are you
don't
jumping
know.
on cars for?
Look,
you get what you deserve if you jump on the hood of a car while it's driving.
we can poo-poo the Waymo all we want. I'm definitely going to take a Waymo.
When's the last time you took an Uber?
I probably 2 months ago when I was at the dealership.
Yeah, dealership one. That's a good one when you drop the car off.
I'm just saying, I could see me getting in a Waymo if I'm down here. If I'm in downtown, instead of walking like 9 blocks and being lazy, I can't get those scooters to ever work.
No, we should have done that last year at the Timber game when we went.
I was still
we had to walk all the way back.
Mad. I'm so mad that those didn't work, but I could see myself hopping into Waymos, no problem.
Lots to get to in this hour of radio. The NBA playoffs return tonight. A night off last night for the association. Now we get a doubleheader. Do the series come to an end? Will we howl tonight on a Friday? So we'll get to that at some point here in the show. We still got some more out of the NFL that I want to get to, and that's where we'll start this hour. A couple of interesting nuggets. So do we want to start with the highlighted teams or the non-highlighted teams of the NFL schedule?
Well,
what's more interesting to you, the teams that don't show up or the teams that show up a ton?
The teams that don't show up. Like, my biggest takeaway, I'm always interested in this. I know why we have certain bad teams not highlighted. There is a weird little trend happening in the NFL, and so far we're 2 years in. Now, this could change.
Yes.
They could flex, but we might have back-to-back years, no number 1 overall pick at quarterback is on a primetime game.
Yes, because you could always get flexed in later in the year, potentially if you end up surprising people.
You certainly could.
Like that could change.
Yes.
There right now are 5 teams in the NFL with 0 primetime games.
And 2 of them should have primetime. One should be early. The other one should be a late season primetime ad.
Okay, so you asked me to guess this earlier in the show, and I think I got 2 or 3 of them, and then I couldn't guess all of them. The 5 teams without primetime games this year. The Miami Dolphins.
Deserved.
No beef with that, right?
None.
Do Dolphin fans even want to see their team in primetime? Malik Willis? Like, no, I'm all right. What's their coach? Hafley? Is that their guy?
Jeff Hafley.
From Green Bay?
They're Green Bay Packers South right now.
The New York Jets don't have any primetime games.
That has been more than deserved for like a decade.
Get an interception, and then we'll put you on primetime. How about that? Right? The Arizona Cardinals don't have a primetime game.
Yeah.
No issue with
Joke
that.
of your division.
No, nobody cares. I don't even Cardinal games, when they show up on the red zone, I get upset about.
I think Carson Beck's going to be playing quarterback at some point this season.
You probably should. Why would you not?
I know.
What else are you going to do?
Well, you got Jacoby Brissett.
Yeah, because that's good for the future. And then you have the Tennessee Titans with last year's number 1 overall pick, a new head coach, and a new offensive coordinator.
I'm
not a primetime game.
I'm a little confused by that choice. And I get the Titans are not sexy. I've joked for years about how unexciting the Titans kind of tend to be in my mind when I see them on television.
They haven't been sexy since McNair and George, have they? That was probably the last time.
They didn't even get a Thursday night game? You couldn't slide them in a Thursday night game?
Let's not poo-poo the run that Tannehill and Henry had.
I'm not saying. I mean, they were good. It's not saying they weren't good. There was nothing sexy about them.
Derrick Henry is sexy to me.
Ryan Tannehill going 9 of 17 for 112 yards and a pick.
I think his numbers were a little better than
and winning a game. Look at the guy who wins.
But to your point, like exciting McNair and George
like
for
that
sure.
was an exciting team, yeah.
You have a defensive-minded coach, and say what you want about his tenure with the Jets. His defense wasn't the issue. His quarterback popped his Achilles like 10 seconds into the season.
Yeah, Dayball's a good offensive mind now. They're at the OC.
Yeah, so
that's good combination.
I want to see what Cam Ward with Dayball is going to be. I don't think they'll be amazing, but I can't believe they're not going to get another primetime game this year.
Not a single one for the Titans. And the last but not least, come on down, Las Vegas Raiders.
I don't have a lot of expectations they'll be great in that division. That should be a Week 13 Thursday night Raider game because at that point we should be getting the Nandalorian.
The Nandalorian.
We should be getting Fernando Mania, Mendoza. Wait, don't you find it a little odd, even if you know the team's not good, and they weren't good because they're picking number 1, is it not a little odd to you to not get the number 1 overall pick who's a quarterback on a primetime game once?
It's funny, too, how certain quarterbacks will get this and other quarterbacks won't. Like, if I remember correctly, I don't remember the number being high, but I do remember Caleb Williams getting multiple national television games.
Yep.
The C.J. Stroud Big Bro moment was a nationally, I can't remember if it was a Monday night or a Thursday night, but I know that was a primetime game. That's why we all saw the on-field interaction afterwards of, hang in there, little bro, you're going to be all right, and Caleb Williams has been nothing but better than him since.
Burrow had to have had one. He was coming off of a national championship.
Dude. Like he was a big so there's that's a unique trend, and I didn't know. Like last year, I could have made the argument. Well, it's a quarterback who came as a 0-star recruit, hasn't been that touted or well nationally known. Like he's not a big headline grabber, and that's not fair to them. But I could see why you would make the argument internally as a TV network. Do we really need the Titans on national television? Their head coach was a dead man walking. Nobody really even cares about the team to begin with, and they're probably going to be bad. And there's not a big national following for it. The Raiders and Mendoza is shocking to me. Like, he's a national champion quarterback, Heisman Trophy winner. I know Cam Ward was as well. But he just, like, that's the Raiders,
and
dude.
it's the Raiders.
It's the Raiders.
Yeah.
And not to mention that it's just the Raiders. Like, when you think of potential opponents that you could be playing, like last year, if you were going into the year, we didn't know how Jacksonville was going to be. Houston was good, but they're not a super sexy, competitive, interesting matchup. And the Colts were a laughingstock because they were going to start Daniel Jones. So you wanted to tell me none of the divisional matchups for the Titans were good for a primetime game? All right, whatever. Like for the Raiders right now, you pick and choose any team in the AFC West. They're going to play them all twice. And not one of those games could, like your game hosting the Chiefs or on the road at Denver, one of the best rivalries in the NFL, or the Chargers, who were a playoff team last year. Like, how is not one of those on national TV? I agree completely that that's a little confusing for me.
I'm going through this, and I'm trying to find – God, the Google AI is just so all over the place.
Yeah, it's not going to give you.
I'm trying to see if Burrow did have a nationally televised game in his rookie season because I know he got hurt at week 9?
He without a doubt did. I remember watching a Monday Night Football game, and I want to say beat the Browns in Cleveland or were close. I remember there being a Monday night game.
I have the schedule up right here. It is.
I think there was an early season game against Cleveland before
that was
he got
week 2
hurt.
at
Week
Cleveland, 35-30. He had 316
he
yards
killed
in
him.
that game.
And it was like, oh damn, this guy's all right.
Yeah, you're right. That's Thursday. There you go.
Yeah.
So
it's Thursday night game.
Thursday night game. So
yeah.
I just. Yeah, it's not a big deal. The Raiders are not going to be great. I don't have a lot of huge high expectation for the Titans. I'm more just kind of curious of like Dayball, Ward, Salah, kind of new run there, and then like the number 1 pick winning the national championship, not getting a primetime game. Could be flexed, but a little odd from the start of it.
And to get flexed in later in the year, you have to be a good team. Because the only flex that really makes a lot of sense for the NFL at this point is Sunday Night Football, and so you're going to have to get flexed into a Sunday night game, which means if you're going to get into that spot later in the year, you have to be a playoff contending team.
Well, is the counter to that all of what we're talking about, though, that they left him off knowing they'll flex once he becomes the starter? Because the intel is he will not start right away in Vegas. So if you're going to get Kirk Cousins, I can get why you don't want him on TV.
Sure, I get that.
Whereas if you know you have Mendoza coming post week 10, you say, let's wait till week whatever.
So we're going to have the Charles Davis debate. How many games will he start this year? Like, yeah, dude, I'd feel safe throwing him in on a Thursday night on week 13. Like, is Kirk Cousins really going to be starting in week 13 for the Raiders? Sans injury to Mendoza.
He shouldn't be.
There's
At
no
that
chance.
point, you
He's
should get
the
Mendoza.
number 1 pick in the draft. Like, he's going to play this year. It's lunacy. All right, there are a number of teams with 5 or more primetime games this year. 5 or more. Now, have you seen a list of total games? Who the leader in the clubhouse is? Because we can play a fun trivia game if you have not seen it. Do you know the team who has the most primetime games this year?
Do
you want to take a
guess? Is it Chicago?
It is not Chicago.
Is it the Rams?
It is the Los Angeles Rams.
Okay.
They stand alone above everybody else with 7.
Oh, yeah, here's the list. I got the Rams, and then you got teams with 6 and 5.
We're supposed to be playing trivia here. Come on.
Okay.
God. All right, Swag, Riggins, you can chime in then. There are. So the Rams lead the clubhouse, 7. Number 1 in the clubhouse.
The Seahawks.
There's 4 teams with 6. Can you name the 4?
Seahawks?
Seahawks are one of them.
Let's see. Who else? They gotta be. Think everybody's jocking the Cowboys.
The Cowboys are not. They are in the category of 5. The Cowboys have 5.
I think he's right. The Bears. Are the Bears getting more love?
The Bears also in the category of 5.
The Chiefs.
The Kansas City Chiefs, correct. They have 6. 2 more.
It's 2 more.
One of them's pretty easy to guess.
Come on.
The other one, I don't know if I would have guessed it or not.
The Bills.
The Buffalo Bills. That
Come
is the
on.
3rd. There's one more team with 6.
Niners.
It is not. The Niners are in the 5 category. You've guessed a good chunk of 5
Ravens?
so far. No. Ravens don't have a lot at all this year.
This one's a pretty historic team.
The Packers.
The Green Bay Packers with their cheeseheads. Those are the teams with 6 nationally televised games. You got some of the 5. So the Bears, the Cowboys, the Patriots, the Eagles, and the 49ers are your teams with 5 nationally televised games.
My brother-in-law has like one of his best friends that he worked with for a long time. I've told the story. His dad signed up for season tickets at Green Bay, and for years just never got him. And then his dad passed away tragically. And they called him out of the blue and say, hey, your dad's on this list, but we heard, and do you want them?
Like his number came up in the rotation.
His number came up in the rotation for 4 tickets for season tickets at Green Bay. And he was like, I got to do it. My dad tried. He couldn't get them. I got to do this. So he's had season tickets at Lambeau Field, and he mostly, I think, sells the tickets.
He probably picks a couple of games he wants to go to.
And him and his wife and friends. He texts my brother and sister-in-law yesterday, and my sister-in-law knows nothing about football.
Okay.
Doesn't watch it, can't name players, does not care. And she goes, I might have to go to Wisconsin in December.
What?
And I'm like, for what? And she goes, the Dolphins are at the Packers. And I go, you have to go to that game.
You have to go.
And she goes, we probably will. And they're really good seats, by the way. And she goes, oh. And I'm like, your first football game of your life in person.
It's going to be like a Monday night game against, the Dolphins don't have a national televised
It's going to
game.
be at
She's not a sports fan at all.
No. Is what people consider the mecca of the sport. The hallowed grounds of Lambeau Field is going to be your first game.
So this is your brother or your sister?
This is my wife's sister.
Okay.
Her wife is good friend. They invited them both to come out to Wisconsin
to the game. Gotcha.
To go to the Dolphin Packer game. And that's going to be her. And I'm like, Do you have any idea how many sports fans would hate you for this?
God.
Your first
She
game's gonna be at
needs to
Lambeau?
let her husband take a friend, somebody that appreciates it.
Yeah.
'Cause
No.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes.
You're taking the wife.
She doesn't even want to go.
Not if she has no clue and won't appreciate it. Is going to be complaining
that's
the
your
whole time.
approach-
He's bringing
Plus,
his wife. You have to bring your wife. They're friends.
Make it a buddy trip. Make it a guy's trip.
she needs to recognize if she's going to be miserable, she doesn't get it. She
It's
doesn't
gonna be cold as
appreciate it.
balls
It's going to be
in
cold.
December.
He's going to want to go tailgate or do whatever
She's
out
down
there.
for that. She's down for all of the experience.
I don't know.
Hold on.
The way it was spun originally was I
Yeah.
have to go to Wisconsin.
I have to go
in
to
December.
Wisconsin in December.
Like you're getting dragged there against your will.
Well, there's a little bit of that,
And if
but
that's
once
your
she
approach,
goes,
you're
she's gonna-
out of here.
This is horse crap. You would take your wife if this happened to you.
Well, my wife's into sports. She likes watching sports.
Yeah.
Oh, you would take your wife?
I would certainly say, hey, this is up. This is what's going on.
Would you like to go? This is what the day's going to look like.
This is
It's
how we're
be
going to
cold
do
as
it.
balls.
This is up to you. You tell
We're
me because this
boozing
is
all
yours.
day.
It'd be
She's
fun.
in on it.
Yeah.
But she just doesn't care about football. If you're
Then is she really in? Is she really in on it?
yes.
Just the party scene.
When
She's
they
down to
get
party.
there, she'll be all in on anything they're doing. She's not going to be like, no. She's
wanna
going to be
go.
like, we're going tailgating. Okay.
Yeah.
She's going to be freezing.
As long as you're a willing participant, then I'll allow it. But if I got to drag you around kicking and screaming, you're off.
You made it
You're off the
sound
list.
like
Yeah.
she was.
She doesn't go to football games. I made it sound exactly what it is. She'll go. She's down. I'm trying to tell you that part.
I'm getting mixed messages here. I don't know. I'm with you, Swigard. I'm with you.
So you took
Cross
it as
her off
like
the list.
she was going to argue with him about this?
Yeah, like why are we going to Wisconsin
Well,
in December?
yeah, she was like, December, it's going to be cold and snowy. And I go, but you got to go to that game. It's Lambeau, which didn't mean anything to her.
Exactly. And that's why I'm like, she should recognize it's wasted on her.
Where's that? Is that one on your guys' bucket list?
Yes.
I
For
think
all
so.
of sports or just the NFL?
All of sports.
What's your five? What's your five
I
bucket list?
hate the Packers. It's on my list.
Top five all sports?
Has to be.
Yeah.
Okay. It's definitely on
You
mine.
would go out there wearing the red and gold, right?
What's
if
your
the
other
Niners,
stadiums?
Hell
Yeah.
Yes.
dude. I would proudly rock it there. And if we win or lose, I'm going to be devastated or happy.
Yeah.
That experience has got to be one-on-one.
Yeah.
It's kind of an NFL nomad, which I still root for the Niners. I obviously pull for Herbert, and I want the Chargers to do well. But it's not like I don't live and die with results of games. I've always thought it would be fun to go on trips and blend in. Like if you went
You
to a
wanna be
Packer
Rob
game.
Lowe.
Like, yeah, well, not an
An
NFL
NFL
fan.
fan.
Like, no, I'm not an NFL guy. Like, if I'm at Lambeau Field,
you wanna be a Packer
and like
fan.
if you're playing the Bears,
Gotcha.
Like, just I want to give me a
There you go.
cheesehead. You know, let me
There you go.
let me get
I'm
into
gonna put
it.
on a
dude.
Bart Starr
Yeah,
jersey.
it's like-
grind the cheese
I was,
on
and
the
I'm like, wait,
shredder.
that's the wrong way. If I'm in Chicago, I'll do that when they're playing. Like, I think that'd be fun to kind of blend in for a day. You walk around yelling "Go Pack, Go!"
If
like you've
I-
always been a Packer fan.
If I didn't go to a Niner-related NFL game, like say I went to Chicago for a Packer-Bear game, I have bear paws on.
Yes, that's what I'm saying. Like, let's get
I'm
into
in
it,
on that
dude.
experience.
I'll be a furry for you for the day.
You go to a Viking game, wear the helmet, doing
yes.
skull.
I'm skull clapping so hard. Like, where are you from? I'm like, I'm from St. Paul. Where
I'm
are you
from Sheboygan. I'm a big Vikings fan from Sheboygan.
How's the ice fishing for you? Like, I'm all in.
Right? Wouldn't that be fun?
If my team's
Blend in.
involved, I got to wear
You
the
realize
if your team's in the
Sheboygan's in
game.
Wisconsin?
I'm sure there's Sheboygan fans for the Vikings. All right, just get your facts out of this. Sheboygan was a fun city name. to say,
Waymoo,
okay?
Sheboygan. We're on a
Who
roll
gives
today.
a rat's
Raheem
ass?
Mostert, Devon Achane. You name it this week, we've nailed it.
Somebody over saying she's a WOT, wasted ticket. Uh-oh, she's a wasted ticket. Don't do it. This is my nightmare.
She needs to recognize that.
I mean, I tried to convey the message of what Lambeau is, the hallowed grounds.
Yeah.
If the wife of him, the friend is going, the wife has to go. Guys.
I see your
This
argument
cannot
there.
be a three
I
guys. and a
I
wife.
see
understand
your
that.
argument there. Is the guy's wife super into football? Like she's down to make these trips?
I think she's a little more. Yeah, she's been doing it for years.
Sure.
I think. I don't know him as well. I think she's a little more into the NFL football thing than my sister-in-law certainly is. My brother-in-law barely even cares about the NFL. He's like he's kind of a Dolphin fan, but like he doesn't watch the NFL.
Such a random.
He's a
fandom,
big
too.
Blazer fan.
Yeah, diehard Blazers.
He liked Marino,
Yeah. Oh, okay. That
and the
makes sense.
colors are kind of cool.
The colors are cool. The uniforms are cool. I got no beef with that.
So I would go Wrigley.
Okay. Yeah. Give me your bucket list.
This is no order.
no order. Give me the five.
Wrigley, Fenway,
Okay.
MSG,
Yeah.
Lambeau Field, and then the fifth one for me, and I can't really put why, would probably be the Swamp in Florida for a Gator game. Since the mid-'90s, I've wanted to go to the Swamp.
Of all the college football ones, that's the biggest one on your bucket list?
Yeah, I can't give you a reason.
Do a Gator chomp.
Yeah.
Sing Don't Back Down at the end of the third
looks like a great environment if they're rolling.
I'm with you.
Seems like a great environment.
Swag, you got a bucket list top 5? Is Lambeau in it for you?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I would say Lambeau and Wrigley are up there. I've been to Fenway. That was amazing.
Where'd you sit, on the Monster? Or
No, we were sitting out in the Triangle.
Oh, okay, yeah.
It was just some random thing back in my life before I got to the radio station. So.
I hear a lot of the fats complain about the seats out there because they were built in 1904.
You mean when we didn't eat processed food and do nothing
we
on
were
our
a lot
lives?
But it was
skinnier and
great.
You can't fit in there.
I went on a night Pedro pitched.
Oh, that's awesome.
It was awesome. And so, like, all these Dominicans fans were out and conga lines going out in the bleachers out there. I didn't. Had it been in our section, probably would have.
The white guy jumping in.
I love a good. Who doesn't love a good conga line, huh? I love a good conga line.
Oh, yeah. Atmosphere was great. It's this glorious dump because underneath in the, it's just a dump.
Somebody told me where it used, because it had to be rebuilt because the original Fenway got on fire. There's a spot where the original Fenway is, and it's either a school, a park, or a business, but like where the pitching mound and home plate is, they have a statue.
That's cool.
To show you this is literally where
it was.
The original stood and where it all was. Yeah.
What's on your bucket list? Let us know. 503-864-6326. Lambeau definitely up there for me. A couple more quick thoughts on the NFL schedule, and they'll dive into the NBA playoffs. Back after this. 105.1 FM The Fan.
Sports Desk, a Sports Center update on the Fan Sports Network, 105.1 FM and 1080 AM.
Brought to you by Stone Creek Golf Club, Oregon's best public course under $100, stonecreekgolfclub.net. First on the Fan, Alex Smalley has broken out of the pack, leading round 2 of the PGA Championship at 4 under par, playing his 8th hole of the day. He started on the back 9. Scotty Scheffler started the day in the lead. He's 3 over through 7, back to even par. And the other co-leaders at 3 under will all tee off later this morning. Pair of closeout games in the NBA playoffs tonight. Doubleheader on Prime Video starts at 4 with the Cavaliers hosting the Pistons, trying to send Detroit home. Cleveland a 3.5-point favorite. Then at 6:30 in the West, the Spurs can knock out the Timberwolves in Minnesota. San Antonio 5.5-point favorites. The Portland Fire unable to double up on the New York Liberty, falling 100-82. Megan Gustafson led 5 Fire players in double figures with 14 off the bench. Portland will close out their homestand Monday, hosting the Connecticut Sun. Jason Swigart from the George McCoy at Warren Allen Sports Desk. Don't call your mom, call George McCoy at warrenallen.com.
This is
All right, welcome back in. We got to get to the NBA playoffs at some point. We got a couple of elimination games tonight in the association on the old Prime, Amazon Prime, and we'll get to those at some point in the final hour. Give you an update on the PGA Championship. So a lot still to get to. We're just getting underway here on a Friday. Happy Friday morning to everybody out there. We were talking bucket list stadiums in the last segment, which is to me is always a fun conversation because you brought up Lambeau. We're talking about the Packers and the number of national TV games they have next year. Lambeau is, I don't know if it's number 1, but it's in the running for number 1 for me. Now, I need right conditions. Like, I need a primetime game would be glorious. Like a Monday night game or a Sunday night game, I think adds to it.
But you got to go in the cold and the snow.
I want it in December or January.
You
like
want frozen tundra.
I want frozen tundra. I don't want 90 degrees in August. I want to feel the frozen tundra to say I've been to the frozen tundra. And so that's why when the idea of coming up into a game in December, Dolphins not the most attractive opponent of like a game you could see at Lambeau because I don't think they're going to be very good this year. But still, the full tundra experience might be number 1 on my big board.
Well, who did the Packers lose to last year at home? And we were killing them for it. It was a really bad loss.
Oh God, no, it wasn't Carolina. Who got?
I know
him?
I think they lost to Carolina.
Somebody got him at home, and I remember being
and we were like,
shocked.
What?
Like, how is that possible?
Let me go back and look at their
might have been a team with a
schedule
backup
last year.
quarterback or something.
It was. Maybe it was Carolina that I'm thinking of, but I remember they had a really bad home.
They
loss.
lost to Cleveland 13-10, but that was in Cleveland.
The game you're thinking of, they lost to Carolina, and
that's the game.
And that was before we knew like
Carolina.
Not that Carolina was good.
They fell into the playoffs.
Right.
They didn't really earn it.
They lost at home 16-13 to Carolina.
That's what it was.
And they were 5-1 or 5-1-1 at that time. Green Bay was.
So my brother-in-law has already been to a game at Lambeau with this guy. And you know what game it was? His first Lambeau experience.
First time popping your Lambeau cherry?
It was the wild card Seahawk-Packer game a few years back.
With the snow? Oh,
he
so
literally
jealous.
got the full Lambeau Green Bay playoff
Seattle
experience.
came, if I remember, they came up just short. I think it was a great comeback. That was at the end of the Russ era.
It was the end of the Russ. It was the second to last Russ season.
Yeah.
And it was snowing like crazy, and it ended up being a pretty good game, and it was a primetime game, night game. That was his first Lambeau experience.
That's near the top of the list for me. We had some people texting in Bell Center Saturday night from Montreal. Yeah, that would be up there.
So is that so I didn't put hockey in because I'm not as familiar with the
hockey. Well, and I was
thing.
saying that I don't think any of the old barns are still around. I think everybody's got a relatively newer arena in the National Hockey League.
The oldest one I would imagine, maybe I'm wrong on this in the NHL, I'd imagine is Madison Square Garden for the Rangers. I would assume that's the oldest one.
But how old is the Bell Center you're mentioning here with the Habs?
Oh, Bell Center's, I mean, it's not brand new.
Maybe 10 to 15 years old.
Okay. But hockey atmosphere.
Longer than that. It opened in 1996.
That's a long time.
I think it's
for
gotten
arena.
some pretty major facelifts, though, if I'm not wrong. I think they've done some serious work to it.
But like Maple Leaf Gardens isn't around. The old Boston Garden is around. Chicago Stadium or whatever, the old Chicago Stadium.
Yeah, United Center would be a pretty cool one for me, too, because I watched so much Jordan in my life.
Would you want to do a Bulls game or a Blackhawks game? Probably Bulls for you.
Bulls.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'd rather have the bowl experience because of Jordan.
Yeah, Madison Square Garden, oldest active, 1968 opening.
When was the last major renovation, though?
Yeah, I mean
at MSG.
I mean, they've done a
few of them.
Yeah.
They've done a pretty good
They've
job.
done 2 or 3.
renovating it.
Scotiabank in Calgary, 1983.
That's a good one.
And then you go
that's
to
the old Saddle Dome they built for the Olympics.
the old Saddle Dome. You got the
But
Delta
they're
Center
getting
in
a
Salt
new
Lake.
arena.
Oh, are they in Calgary?
Yeah.
And
I
the
have
process
no
of doing
interest
it?
in the Delta Center. in
Neither
Salt
do
Lake.
I.
No.
They're actually renovating it right now. Honda Center and then the SAP, the SAP Center. I don't know what they call it. 1993 for San Jose.
I think the one that Swag pointed out during the break that I thought about it, but it didn't make my top 5, but it's like just on the outside. There's some college basketball venues that would be in this. I want to go to Fog Allen at Kansas.
Yeah, is that high up there for you?
Cameron and Chapel Hill, like those are. I've already been to Poly. I've seen the UCLA stuff, so that was already a really cool experience.
My brother's been to Cameron. He said it was awesome.
I mean,
obviously.
Yeah.
It would absolutely be great. I would love to go to those 3 venues. That'd be pretty high up on my list.
Some of the ones that came in, somebody said, I went to Fenway back in 2017. It's a dump inside, but met big Bo Sox fan Stephen King in the concourse. So that's
there you go. Yeah.
I mean, I think just
The
if you
pride of Maine.
if you go to a stadium like that, you have to acknowledge like you want the experience without the bells and whistles. Like you know what you're getting into. It's not if you want a new corporate. I mean, go to Yankee Stadium, right, where they priced out their fans, and it's a new corporate experience. But if like that's
Yankee
the unique
Stadium would
part.
have been in it if they didn't tear it down.
Old Yankee Stadium.
Once you get out, once you get out into the seats and you see the Green Monster and everything, it's pretty cool.
Somebody said I'm a Packers fan. My brother's an Eagles fan. We went to Sunday Night Football in Philly in my Green Bay jersey. Never been told to F you more walking around that stadium. Experience that I will never forget. What else was there? Ole Miss popped up a couple of times to go to the
Oxford
Grove.
for the Grove, yeah.
That's a big one. Somebody, Beaver fan chiming in. Biggest mistake Oregon ever made was retiring the Pit. Never should have done that. As an Oregon State fan, it was the coolest stadium experience for a basketball game you could ever have. Sucks they went to a boring-ass street library.
That one they should have tried to do.
Street library.
Yeah.
No, they should have tried to renovate the old, Mac Court.
Big mistake.
They wanted concerts and other events, which, yay. The irony of it is Mac Court's still standing. You can go back and play games there if you
want.
want.
They still do high school tournaments.
Do a facelift on it. You can still do it. They never tore the building down.
Come on,
It's right there on campus.
Not gonna do that.
Come on. Bruce Springsteen, when you come to town, you can go play at Matthew Knight.
Not
Ducks,
gonna do that.
back to the Pit, baby. Couple other quick scheduling notes. Get to some NBA stuff. Is it weird that when I don't do the Mike Francesa, like, that's a win, that's a loss, that's a win. I don't do that in my head. But I do. The first thing that I do, because I don't have time to watch all of the release videos, is I open up ESPN and I go week by week and I say, ooh, standalone games. Do I like that slate or do I not like that slate? Is this a good slate or a bad slate? Now, the opening week we already knew.
This is just a worse, different rendition of the it's a win.
It's not a win. I'm not doing win-losses. I'm saying entertaining or not entertaining.
Okay.
Well, we should throw week 1 out because we're all jonesing for it.
Well, we
We're
already knew week 1
sopping
anyways.
it up.
All that had already been
what.
released. Week 2, we already knew Lions and Bills. That's your Thursday night game.
Yeah.
Colts and Chiefs, the first or second Sunday night football of the year.
Yep.
And then Giants and Rams, the second. I immediately looked at that and thought, who's playing quarterback for the Colts? Who's playing quarterback for the Chiefs?
Yeah.
Jones cannot be ready for week 1, right?
I would imagine not, but I don't know.
That was what, week 10?
And the Giants, I get putting eggs in the Giants' basket. I also acknowledge we're rolling the dice here. That's a 4-win team from last year.
I know.
With a coach who thinks didn't end well in his last spot and a quarterback who's got to stay healthy and could get a concussion in training camp. And I
mean, you look at the week 2 slate overall, and there's maybe initially, just on first glance, there's maybe 3 games I'm like, okay, I need to see what's going on here.
The biggest thing why I like looking at the standalone games is that I'm a red zone viewer on Sunday, and so it's just, you're going to see everything throughout the course. Like, I don't care if there's bad games at the 1 o'clock slate on a Sunday because it's not going to be on my TV the entire time. The only time that I will ever, not ever, I shouldn't say that, because there's random times when late in the season where the 1 p.m. Slate sucks and there's like a Chiefs-Bills game at 1:25 and you're like, all right, I'm going to watch that standalone. But for the most part, I'm red zone. So those are the only games of the year that I watch entirely from start to finish, usually, is Thursday night, Sunday night, and Monday night. And so it impacts my fandom or my enjoyment level when I'm like, Colts and Chiefs? If Daniel Jones and Mahomes are playing, sure, I could see that being an interesting game. Who's the Colts backup? Is it Sam Ehlinger? Is he still there?
It's him or AR if he's still on the team.
Doesn't he want to get traded? Isn't he trying to get traded?
Who's trading?
I mean, nobody's going to
trade
trade
for him. I wouldn't give you a 7th round pick for that.
You just have to cut him. Who has more value, Brandon Ayuk or Anthony Richardson?
Ayuk. Because if Ayuk gets his head out of his ass, he can be a good football player.
Okay. Will he ever do that?
Riley Leonard.
Riley Leonard.
It's
That's
Riley
right.
Leonard.
Riley Leonard started a couple of
So
games
it would
last
probably
year.
be Riley Leonard versus
Justin Fields.
Yeah, I highlighted that. The Chiefs got a lot of primetime games. They think Mahomes is going to be ready for week 1.
Good luck with that.
The ACL injuries can be a little quicker now, but, man, in the off chance it's not, it's Fields and Riley Leonard.
Yeah. I'll stop with the next week. I won't go week by week. But the next week is the opposite, where you get Falcons and Packers on Thursday night. And
Week 4 might be the worst.
I got to see Falcons first. Your Sunday night game, though, a Monday night game are Rams-Broncos, delightful. And Eagles and Bears, delightful.
You don't know if week 4 is the worst.
Yeah, we do.
Might be.
We do.
Pittsburgh at Cleveland is your Thursday night game.
That game's going to suck. There's no way that game doesn't suck.
Okay.
Lions
No
at
chance.
Panthers is the Sunday night game.
Panthers
Lions
shouldn't be
at
on prime time.
Panthers?
Lions at Panthers.
Falcons at Saints is the Monday night game.
One of those teams, by the way, was a playoff team, and it wasn't the Lions.
Get out
I
of here.
understand that.
Get out of here. Finish above 500.
Which is why
to
I
get a
said
primetime
week
game.
4 might be the worst.
This is no different than comping schedules. What's easy, what's hard. None
I'm
of
right
us
there with you,
know.
Swigard. I'm right there with you. I'm boycotting week 4.
You're going to get all
The
pissed off
best,
by week
the
4
best
in May.
standalone game that week might be the Colts at Commies in the first London game at 6:30 in the morning.
I grant you Broncos at 49ers that Sunday. How's that not a primetime game? Should be. Chargers Seahawks is better than any of
Why
those
did you
primetime
put
games.
commies and who?
Rams
Colts.
at Eagles that week.
You're putting that
Packers
over-
at Buccaneers.
no,
that
you said
week?
best standalone game.
No, I'm just saying. I'm looking
Oh.
at the rest of the slate. Sorry for that Sunday. Yeah, that's what else is on the slate. It's actually a really good Sunday.
The game you just named isn't even in my top 3 of the games he just named.
Oh, I was just talking about the standalone primetime game.
Are
or
Panthers
standalone
fans
games.
even excited to watch the Panthers next year?
Yes, they just made the playoffs.
I mean, did they though?
I mean, they did.
Did they though?
They won
I
the
don't know.
division by losing and having the Falcons lose. It's one of the
What, were
worst.
they 8-9-1 last
Yes.
year? Is that what they were?
And remember, the Falcons had to
Or 8-9,
lose for them to win it.
Yeah, that could be a great red
They
zone
won
day.
the division because another team lost that they weren't playing.
We're already planning your honey to-do list. If you want to do things on Thursday
Oh,
night,
you
Sunday
guys are
night, and Monday
idiots.
night.
You guys
and-
are so
And the
dumb.
end of the early month of October, right? Right out of the gate in
Yes.
October. That's your day. That's your weekend right
Can't wait
there.
for Swag to tell me one new team's going to make the playoffs this year.
Sunday dinner plans, Monday plans.
Unbelievable.
Week 4 is your week to do it. There's your NFL schedule talk. That's a win. That's a loss. We got a couple of games in the NBA playoffs tonight. We'll dive into that and an update from the PGA Championship Day 2 at Aronimink. Back after this, 105.1 FM The Fan. All right, final thoughts on the NFL schedule, and I promise we'll move on. Being pointed out, a good reminder, I forgot about this. The reason that Week 4 Falcons and Saints game is Monday night is because it's the 20-year anniversary of the return after Hurricane Katrina, the Steve Gleason block punt. Pretty famous. I mean, I'll never forget watching that game.
There's a statue for it.
Yeah, it's huge, right? And what's happened in his life. There's also a rumor on the street, I don't know how true this is, that the Falcons asked to not be in that game. That the NFL knew they were going to do that to honor the 20-year anniversary of it, and the Falcons were the opponent that night and they lost, and for whatever, I don't know why you would cower away and not want that, but there was a rumor from an NFL beat writer that they begged the NFL to not put him in that game, and the NFL said, yeah, we don't care. You're playing in the game.
Yeah, I'll see if I can text 2 NFL GMs, see what they think about that. If
Get the
they've heard
word from
rumor.
see the word from the NFL GMs. In your phone.
I don't know why you wouldn't want to be.
I don't get why would you not want to be a part of that.
Who cares?
Who cares? It was 20 years ago.
It was also a pretty monumental moment in sports, and sometimes, yeah, you're on the losing end of it, but you got to kind of recognize that.
Drew Brees was the quarterback then. He's not coming through that locker room. You should win the game.
Well, I mean, look, that obviously is an emotional pull there, right? But this is kind of my point. Week 4 sucks. What if the Saints are good this year?
Nah, no chance.
What if Stefanski gets it going in Atlanta?
It brings up. So one of the listeners said,
"Crazy.
Am I going to walk back my Cowboy take because their schedule is brutal?" And we don't know if their schedule is brutal or not. In theory, it is. It looks like I already knew that they were going to have a challenging schedule because of the crossover division games.
Is their schedule brutal? Is Washington going to be good? Are the Giants really going to take
their first 2 games of the year? Are the Giants on the road in Sunday Night Football? Are the Giants good this year?
I don't know.
The Commies in week 2.
Maybe.
They very easily could be 2-0. Then you get the Ravens at home, who didn't go to the playoffs last year.
The Eagles,
the Texans on the road. You got the Cardinals in there, the Colts, the Titans. Are the Jags good again? So you have no idea. That's the beauty of the NFL. To your point from the last segment, I still like scrolling through and being like, "Ooh, that's a good week. That's a bad week," and then trying to remember which weeks I thought would be good or bad.
I still have the least hardest and hardest NFL schedules on my show sheet from what you told me yesterday.
So there you go. That's enough NFL schedule talk. Still fun. The NFL does it better than anybody. They know how to leak all this stuff. Ooh, actually, I lied. One more point. The Rams. I forgot to mention this. They have 7 primetime games, as I alluded to, most in the NFL. That ties the NFL record. The only other teams that have had 7 primetime games in a season were the 2023 Bills and the 2025 Kansas City Chiefs. It's only the 3rd time in NFL history that's happened.
I can't blame them.
I got no issue with it.
It's the Rams, it's LA, it's McVay, it's Stafford. I get it. They're all in on winning the title this year.
It also helps when you play, again, to the point, in a division where there's two, I should say, matchups that are sexy for primetime games.
Yeah, like of the 7, how many are against Niners, Seahawks? Are they all 4
That's a good question.
primetime games? So you have 3 standalone outside of your division primetimes, or is it 1 Seahawk, 1 Niner, and then 5?
Well, I know the first one of the year is the Niners,
so
and that is
one.
a primetime game. Let me pull up
The
Rams.
Seahawks-Rams games should both be primetime games.
Yes, I believe they both are.
So 4 of their 7.
So here are your primetime games, regular season. Nope, sorry, I clicked Seahawks. Sorry, hold on. Googling. Give me a second. Rams, that's who I'm looking for. Their schedule. So Niners in week 1, primetime. They get the Giants week 2 in Monday Night Football, so back-to-back primetimes out of the gate. We go to their first 3 games of the year. At Denver in week 3.
Yeah.
Sunday Night Football.
That's a good one.
Bills at home week 5, Monday Night Football.
Okay.
Home against Green Bay on that's the Christmas Eve, the Thanksgiving Eve game.
Yeah, so they're not going to be all divisional Niner Seahawk games. Okay.
Thursday night game against the Chiefs, and then
Christmas night
they host the Rams.
Seahawks.
Yeah,
okay.
They're at the Seahawks.
Okay,
and then we don't know the last 2 weeks of the season, so they might end up with more because we don't have.
So the Rams and Seahawks play 2 of the last 3 weeks of the season.
Yes, they play week 16 and week 18.
Isn't that what they did last year?
Maybe no. I felt
thought
like
they
the first
played
one was
the
earlier
Niners
in the year.
At the end of the
The Niners Seahawks is the last game of the regular season.
Of the regular season, but I thought the Rams Seahawks games were a couple weeks apart.
Let me look it up.
Because you had the weird 2-point. I know the first.
The first one I thought was early in the year.
It was. You're right because it was an ugly.
They beat them in
offensive game.
No, I mean you're not that wrong. Week 11. So November 16th, and then they played them again on December 18th. So twice in
4 weeks,
a little over a month.
Yeah,
so not that separated. We'll start the final hour. We don't have a lot of time here, so we'll get to the NBA playoffs coming up top of the hour.
Yeah.
Do we get series extended? Where do we go from here?
Which game do you think has the better chance of going to Game 7? Which series?
Ooh,
we can get to that.
Yeah, I'll hold that. We'll get to that at the top of the hour. Quick update on the PGA Championship. It's been fun for me to watch because there's a lot of carnage and guys are struggling. Alex Smalley is current year leader. Had you ever heard of Alex Smalley prior to yesterday?
I think outside of the golf bubble, nobody had. He has 0 PGA Tour wins.
No, it's not a well-known name. So. He's 4 under. He's 1 under through 8 today. He is your current leader. You got a group of guys at 3 under, most of whom nobody's ever really heard of before. Min Woo Lee's a decent-sized name for some internationally. He plays in President's Cups and that stuff. He's been around for a while. He's at 3 under. Not a bad bunch of 2 under. Xander's about to tee off at 2 under. Patty Reed winning another major would be really funny. Thigala's at 2 under, so it's not terrible there. And then you got Scotty and some others like Joaquin Neiman, Højgaard, who's been in the mix a bunch lately, Cam Smith, Jason Day, Brooks Koepka, John Rahm, Jordan Spieth. So there's a good host of guys who are 1 under par. And they're still right in the mix because nobody's going to run away with this thing. I think the conditions are going to get tougher as the event goes on. Right now, the cut line.
Bryce Fisher +9.
Yeah. He hasn't teed off yet, right? Is he playing?
Yeah, he's in the afternoon.
He's playing later today.
+2 right now. It might get to +3 if this wind doesn't back off.
I would be pretty shocked based on what we've seen so far if this doesn't get to +3.
Do you know who's dead last?
Who is dead last in the tournament? Is it a known name or is it like a PGA Tour pro? Has to be a pro.
I don't know if it is a pro. Mark Geddes?
Has to be. What did he shoot?
+20.
Oh, no.
We have Jesse Dromer +17.
He's a club pro.
Max Homa is +10. He's below our guy Bryce Fisher.
Max Homa's 10 over par?
He's 10 over par.
What the hell happened, Max? He wasn't that out of it yesterday when I was watching. Oh, he's had a rough day today.
Yeah, he's like
5 over today. Yeesh. I mean, the course is doing it. Like that's why I'm not too fearful of some of these guys. You never want a no-name guy to win a major championship because that's not entertaining. You know, the golf sickos can get into it a little bit, but you're not captivating anybody outside your bubble. If your final group is, Daniel Brown and Steven Yeager, like, there's only so much you're going to catch attention-wise on Sunday afternoon. But because of how difficult it is, I have a hard time seeing all these guys hang on. A lot of the guys at 3 under, by the way, haven't even teed off yet.
Yeah.
There's still a bunch of them who are going off later this afternoon.
Yeah, if Hideki can get in and post 3 or 4 under today.
Hideki's having a hell of a round today. So one of these guys, I think the Creams is eventually going to rise to the top. Who is the worst-case scenario winning?
The leaderboard right now is a worst case scenario.
Alex Smalley, is he number 1 on the list?
Rattle him off.
Is that worse than Patrick Reed?
Yes, significantly worse. Because
nobody knows who Alex Smalley is. You leaning in and going, Smalley, your boy. Why is that my boy? I didn't know who he was 20 minutes ago.
That's your guy, dude. That's your guy right there.
Hot Geiter,
Pot Geeter.
Jaeger, Smalley. This is a nightmare scenario setting up for the weekend. And I'm going to tell you, if this is going to be the leaderboard at the end of today,
I don't think it will be. Mark my words right now.
Nobody going into the weekend will care and be excited about this final round.
Here's what I will say. Mark my words, save this for Monday. It will not look like this. And it also won't look like this going, like, even if it looks like this at the end of the day, the point remains, like, all of the guys who are one under, you're 2 shots off the lead. Like, that's one whole swing.
I totally get
you
it.
make 2 birdies and you're tied for, like, that's all you got to do to jump into the mix. If one of these guys right now, like, who was our miniature, Brian Harmon, when he won the Open Championship with his waggles, the old baby? Like, that sucked, dude.
Yeah, it's terrible.
Because he wasn't exciting. He was bad to watch. He wasn't a huge name. And he was up by 7 shots the entire, like, it would have taken a meteor landing in the middle of the course for him to blow that lead. That's not, like, dude, these guys, Smalley's going to have a double bogey before the day's over. Mark my words. It'll get him.
You know what you sound like? You sound like a guy who might get a Pistons Thunder NBA Finals. And you're like, this is why it's actually not that bad.
This is not going to happen.
Remember Spurs Pistons was way worse in 05.
It's not going to happen, all right?
What?
Mark my words, these guys will fall off. Cream will rise to the top. Still fun to have it all compacted. A lot of guys still in the mix halfway through Friday of the PGA Championship. We got a lot to get to in the final hour. We'll start in the NBA playoffs. Get you set for your entire sports weekend. Which series has a better chance of extending? And are we excited for the doubleheader tonight? Loaded final hour starting the NBA next. 105.1 FM The Fan.
Big hits, big bets, big plays.
Today I'm laying the big wood.
This is the Layin' Wood Report, brought to you by Mr. Plywood, serving Portland for over 50 years.
Rasmus Anderson right back in. Dorofeev swings it in. Pavel Dorofeev as it leaks through Lukas Dostal, his second goal tonight.
Yeah, there's John Forsland, TNT Sports. Pavel Dorofeev, second goal of his game against the Ducks. See you later, ugly orange jerseys. You got Dorofeev.
Do we not get the Mitch Marner goal? How was Toronto Maple Leaf fan watching Mitch Marner have one of the sickest goals in the history of the NHL last night?
It's got to be
see that highlight?
Yeah, it's terrible.
Dude, it's unbelievable. By the way, right as I said that, Smalley made another birdie. He's at 500.
Layin' Wood Report brought to you by Mr. Plywood, serving Portland for over 60 years. Delivery, custom cutting, and special orders. Visit them at Southeast Stark Street or online at mrplywoodinc.com.
George McCoy and Warren Allen Sports Desk, a Sports Center update on the Fan Sports Network, 105.1 FM and 1080 AM.
First on the Fan, Alex Smalley has opened up a 2-shot lead in round 2 of the PGA Championship at Aronimink Golf Club just outside of Philly. Birdied the 18th hole, making the turn starting on 10. He's a 2-shot clear of Aldrich Potgieter, Steven Yeager, Minwoo Ryo Hisatsuni. As for Scotty Scheffler, he's got a birdie back after 3 bogeys to start. He's 1 under, making the turn. Closeout games in the NBA playoffs tonight, starting in Cleveland. 4 o'clock, Cavaliers trying to take out the top-seeded Pistons. They are 3.5-point favorites. Then at 6:30 in Minnesota, the San Antonio Spurs trying to knock out the Timberwolves. They are 5.5-point favorites. Both those games on Prime Video. Portland Fire unable to double up on the New York Liberty. They fall 100-82. Megan Gustafson coming off the bench for the Fire with 14 to lead 5 players in double figures. They will close out their season-opening homestand Monday against the Connecticut Sun. More sports scores and stories in 30 minutes. Jason Swigard from the George McCoy at Warren Allen Sports Desk. Don't call your mom, call George McCoy at warrenallen.com.
This is FM and 1080 AM, The Fan.
Hey, let's do this final hour. Dirt and Sprague here, Portland Sports Leader, 105.1 FM, The Fan, 1080 AM, the Odyssey app. Live on YouTube. Good morning, everybody. Happy Friday to you, the final hour of our work week. And
It's time to nut up or shut up.
You got it, Dan. One more hour. We got to power through. We're almost there. Happy Friday. Hope your days are off to a wonderful, wonderful start. We have a lot to get to here in the final hour of the radio program. I did tease the NBA playoffs. We will get to that in a moment, giving you any updates that we need to out of the PGA Championship, get you set for your weekend. We did have massive, massive trade news yesterday, though, that we have not talked about yet on the show, and I'd like to bring it up.
I think it's important that you do. I was waiting for the final hour. That was the best time for it.
We had a big-time trade that went down yesterday, and I want to know, what do we think about the front offices that pulled off the trades?
Yep.
Who won the deal? Who lost the deal? Yep. Pittsburgh and Boston have made a trade.
Massive.
Pittsburgh has sent 7-year-old Frankie, Western male lowland gorilla, to Boston.
Yeah.
In exchange for 33-year-old little Joe, the silverback.
Yeah.
Now, I didn't say if there was any draft compensation involved, if anybody bought a second-round pick out of this deal.
I think it's cash considerations. Cash considerations. Is what people think it's going to boil down to.
Do we like Pittsburgh's move to get an older veteran?
A win-now vet.
I would also like to point out, before we grade the trade on each side, it should be noted that little Joe, the 300-pound silverback, who has been a part of the Boston Zoo for a long time, again, he is 33 years old. Back in 2003, little Joe escaped from Boston's Franklin Park Zoo and attacked a 2-year-old girl and a babysitter. So he's up there in age, and
that's his problem.
He's got some character concerns here.
He's got off the
He's
court
got
issues.
some out of the zoo issues, out of the cage issues here that we need to be worried about. It leaves many people wondering, what is Pittsburgh doing getting a problematic 33-year-old little Joe?
So I don't want to get ahead of myself. What I would tease, though, is next week we have hopefully a guest on that we're going to hopefully become a regular weekly stop.
It's a great idea, and if we pull it off and it goes well, it could be really fun.
To help explain to me, when do zoos choose to contact each other about animal exchange stuff? We've had some of this.
Yes.
We've dealt with this here in Portland.
We've traded away animals in the past.
Absolutely. So I want to know the backstory and the reasons and the whys. That being said, look, I'm going to have to give Pittsburgh the win here.
Okay, Pittsburgh's getting the win.
Do you want a baby gorilla? Absolutely.
7-year-old Frankie.
Hard to beat that.
Entering the prime of his career?
It's an adorable little thing to see a baby monkey, an ape, okay? Now, that being said, it's hard to match the true brute, male, masculine strength and size of a fullback silverback gorilla, okay?
Yeah.
Do you know the average lifespan of a silverback in captivity?
Ooh, I do not know that. What are we talking here?
50.
So you got another 17 years of a prime window here?
17 to maybe 20 with advanced medicine runway here.
Okay, all right.
Of just brute strength gorilla coming in ready to go. I don't know what the full development of that 7-year-old ape's going to be.
That's true. We don't know what the ceiling for Frankie is yet.
So I'm kind of a win now guy. We can't project 10 years into the future here. I got 17 years. What do I care? Give me 17 great years.
It's a long runway right there.
I want to watch it age. Is it going to age well? Is he going to play himself out here? I don't know how it's going to go, but it's a win now move, and I like it.
I saw if you haven't seen this yesterday, so this the Trib Live or whatever had this tweet. It went viral yesterday that this trade was happening, and the responses. These are the kind of moments like social media is an absolute cesspool. It's horrible. It's bad for your brain. Get out of your algorithm. Right, all of it is almost all negativity. But then there's little moments like this that you're like, God, I love Twitter. And you read through the responses and everybody jumping in, like DraftKings was the first response. Pittsburgh win now mode. Shocking to see Boston sell this early, but got to rebuild at some point. It's a win-win for both squads.
That's a big deal for Boston. They got rid of the vet.
They got rid of their vet.
We thought
They're
this
going
was
young.
a franchise guy for life.
It's a youth movement.
Put them in the rafters, and out here they're just like, we're going to sell. We're going to try to sell a little high. We're going to go young. We're going to rebuild here.
It's such a good point on how does this even start? Like, what zoo calls the other zoo?
I want to know.
Hey, you want a 7-year-old? We got a 33-year-old. Like, who initiates that?
One, what animals too?
Right.
Like sometimes it's not the same animal for the
animal
same
to
animal. It's
like,
a different animal.
Yeah.
So I want to know the backstory of that. Hopefully we can get the answer to it next week. This to me is the equivalent of. Would you rather have Steph Curry right now?
Aging, but still one of the greats, maybe a couple of years left.
You don't know if it's going to put you over the top, but maybe it makes you better.
You're going to sell a lot of tickets, that's for sure.
Or Shaden Sharp.
I'm taking Steph Curry.
I mean, that's how I view this.
I'm taking Steph Curry.
Got a 22-year-old promising 45-inch vert guy who can get you 20 to 30 on a night.
Is the roof the ceiling? We don't know.
But I know what Steph is.
Yeah.
And I know the shelf life might not be as long with Steph Curry, but I know what I'm going to get with Steph Curry.
Little Joe's putting butts in the seats. That's what Little Joe does. Little Joe packs the house.
What's the other one's name?
Frankie. Frankie's the 7-year-old. Little Joe's the 33-year-old.
I love if I told you Pittsburgh got a gorilla named Little Joe and Boston got a gorilla named Frankie.
Frankie, yeah.
Which one would you guess is the younger one?
You got to go Frankie. Because now whenever I hear the name...
you would say Little Joe is the
Little
younger
Joe,
one.
yeah. The tough part is when I hear Frankie now, all I think of is Fleetwood's kid at the Masters and his, I just got to try harder next year.
Oh, I think of the Mormon wife.
Oh, yeah, that's a good pull,
Who's been in the hot water lately.
A little bit of hot water lately.
Yeah.
Well, look, we had let enough time in the show pass before breaking down that big trade yesterday. I wanted to make sure we gave our thoughts on it.
Didn't we do a polar bear exchange with, Utah Zoo?
I'm pretty sure we did.
I think we did.
Did we trade Nora away?
Yes.
I have a niece named Nora, and it was very traumatizing that we traded away Nora, the polar bear.
Because we got Nora at a very young age.
Nora was ours.
Cub.
We grew Nora into the polar bear she became.
Yeah.
And she's our Jermaine O'Neal.
Are we keeping the baby elephant Rose?
We better. I've seen that thing a couple times. It's cute as hell.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Trading Rose for an established vet that can lift a log with its trunk now?
Are we just turning into that? Like once they get big, they don't do as much. They're not as fun. Ship them out of town.
I like seeing them full grown.
The babies sell way more tickets.
There's more excitement.
Baby elephant walking around like it's way cuter than that old fart that's over in its own camp over on the other side, doesn't talk to anybody.
I mean, we pointed it out, RIP. We had a franchise guy at our zoo, the lion, and he just passed away. We had him his whole life.
Who's our most famous zoo animal? Is it Packy?
Yes.
Packy number one on our big board all time?
All time?
All time.
I think so.
Packy was a big deal.
Probably Packy.
Packy was a big deal.
Yeah.
Universal name.
I'm going to look up to see what our history is with
our
all
otters
time.
are pretty famous, but I don't know their names. They do a lot of Duncan videos, which are great. I love the content whenever it pops up on my timeline, but I can't tell you the otters' names. God, otters are so cute.
Have we had the same crocodile or alligator in that swamp area?
I don't feel like I've been in this. I don't think I've seen the crocodile in a long time.
It's unfortunately the most overrated animal to see. It just always
it's usually just lying there.
Where is the alligator? Where is that in the zoo? I don't feel like I've been into that one.
You walk through it. It's right.
Yeah.
You walk out of it to the flamingos.
Yeah.
It's like a real walk through.
It's down. It's way down in side.
Like, we're pretty regular. We're now proud Zoo members.
There you go. You should be.
With the 2-year-old, he loves going to the zoo. He has a great time. We run around.
It's a great time. There's open space if the weather's good.
It's packy, and it's not even close.
Yeah, for most popular animal.
Our basketball otters are pretty popular, but in terms of the most popular, it's packy.
Yeah, packy was a big deal. R.I.P. Gone too soon. Gunned down in his prime. We got a couple of games in the NBA tonight, and they are both Game 6s, both elimination games. Which one, is it an easy answer on which one we're more excited for? I'm assuming Minnesota, San Antonio, more excited for? Like, if you could pick one game to watch, you're taking that one? Or do you want Cavs and Pistons?
What is your, okay, so I get why anybody would choose that game.
Sure.
What's the game most likely to end the series versus extend the series? Because I think the answer is Detroit-Cleveland extending.
I would be much more willing to gamble on Spurs' money line to win than I would Cavs' money.
Cavs haven't lost at home.
They have not lost at home. But there's just, it's the Cavs.
I think I saw the stat. The Pistons are 6-6, and the Cavs are 7-5, and it's like those are the Eastern Conference teams.
Yep.
What are the Knicks now? 8-2? Would they go to 6 against Atlanta?
Yes.
Lost twice.
Yeah, they were down 2-1
but they won 6 in a row.
Off. Yeah.
Because they smoked them in the last 2 games of the series.
They won 7 in a row. Didn't they win the last? They were down 2-1.
Yeah, good point.
They won 3 in a row and then swept.
And I think the last 3 games against Atlanta were all 30-point wins, if I'm not wrong.
Well, I know the
last game
clincher was by 160 or something.
Biggest deficit in the first half, wasn't it?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, I mean, your point is valid. Like, I think I would give Detroit a better chance just because of who they're playing tonight.
If you got the same game you got in Game 5,
it was a fun game
for Cleveland, Detroit, even though that series is a little meh, versus like what we think San Antonio, Minnesota may end up being.
You're much more likely to turn Spurs T-Wolves off late third quarter than the other game.
But the Spurs T-Wolves gets me to turn on because of the players involved.
Yes.
Cleveland Detroit's just not a sexy matchup. I just think it's the most likely to be a close game.
Yeah. I'm hoping that Minnesota. I mean, getting a couple of Game 7s this weekend will be fun. Both games will be on Sunday.
And if Detroit finds, a couple of people not named Cade Cunningham to make some threes, then it certainly can get extended.
Massive game for Jalen Duren, by the way.
It
Talk
really
about
is,
off-season moves. That's a guy that they probably look to trade high on because he made an All-Star team this year. He was really good. He was largely the number 2 all year. He wasn't playable in the fourth quarter and overtime. Now, you can argue, if we were the Pistons, if we had the Pistons roster here in Portland, I think our takeaway from Game 5, aside from them blowing the lead and giving up the big run, and then was that a foul at the end, and then losing in overtime at home, wouldn't our big topic be, what are they doing? Why aren't they forcing the Duren stuff? Like, don't you need to see him play and just, if it's going to be bad, let it kind of be bad?
If you lose, you lose, but you got to know what you got with one of your guys in the biggest stage.
Like, you know what I know? I know Paul Reed is not a huge staple of our future. Jalen Duren is a guy that you either got to figure out you're building with or you're trading. And maybe they've decided that already, and that's why he didn't play any minutes in the fourth quarter and overtime.
To see a guy who's an all-star, who is one of the most respected young bigs in the league, to not be playable. Now, we've had moments like that. Like, I will acknowledge, like, Gobert's been that at times in his career, is he not? Where it's been, like, depending on the matchup and who you're going against, this is problematic to have him on the floor. And I remember that being a legitimate debate when they traded for him in Minnesota of, like, he's unplayable in playoff series, and they're just going to switch to get on Gobert. And he's had nice little runs, but he's also different because he's so much taller and a defensive player of the year. Not that Duren can't, I guess, become that.
I mean, it's a lot different because he's not an all-star, but Shaden had this. This was a debate
he
for
was
Blazer
unplayable.
fans. Should you just play Shaden because you don't have offense?
Right.
And then people are like, he's so bad on defense. I'm like, I mean,
yes,
is it so bad that you can't play him at all? Like 7 minutes?
Right. Matisse Thybulle can play defense, but he can't make a shot to save his life. So that's...
At some point, you got to care about offense a little bit, man. It can't just be entirely defense.
Both sides of the floor need to matter. That's for sure.
That would be the topic for me in Detroit of like, will they extend it? Will they win? Will we get Game 7 back home? Sure. Jalen Duren, this might be it for him. Maybe he's going to be on the trade block this summer if he's going to continue to be unplayable for JB Bickerstaff.
Sticking with the theme of teams potentially getting eliminated tonight, because that could happen. Cleveland wins at home. They have not lost at home all postseason. They are going to the conference finals. Do you have any faith in your ticket cash-in? Where's your trust level meter if they win tonight?
On the Cavs?
On the Cavs futures ticket.
I think the Knicks are in the finals.
Yeah, I think it's
Now, do I think the Cavs can win a game and be a little pain in the butt?
Feisty, be a thorn in the side?
Sure. I'd be super happy if my Cavs ticket cashed. It'd be really weird to see James Harden in the NBA Finals again.
Would be very strange.
And I'd give them less than 2% chance to even compete in that series against the Thunder.
Right.
I know I'm getting ahead of myself with the Thunder, but I think the Thunder are going to beat the Spurs. But yeah,
Yeah.
Be cool to cash it, but I wouldn't expect him to win the finals.
Winning tickets are winning tickets. You're excited about them, but yeah, I'm with you there. Now, we mentioned Detroit and what's ahead for their offseason because they are in a very unique spot. Unbelievable year out of nowhere from, oh my God, are they going to be good to 1 seed in the East? Damn near lose to Orlando in the first round. Now here they are. If they win tonight, you get a Game 7. We'll see what happens. Anything can happen. On the other side of it, if Minnesota is to lose at home tonight, which I think we would all probably gamble on happening. I don't know if anybody out there wants to do Moneyline T-Wolves tonight. I'm not going to do it. Maybe spread 5.5. You think they can keep it close? I don't have a lot of confidence there. I would bet San Antonio tonight. Minnesota's got a fascinating offseason because they have been in back-to-back conference finals. Mm-hmm. They have their best, we know who their guy is. The son of their universe is Anthony Edwards. Gobert probably not going anywhere. And just what's ahead for them in the offseason, looking at Oklahoma City, this young team that's not going anywhere in the West, and now San Antonio, who would be a team who could potentially leapfrog you with all these young players and all these young assets. It's, again, not going anywhere. Of just two teams who I'm very interested to see. Does Minnesota just say, you know what, we got Ant Edwards, we're close, let's run it back, stay a little healthier next year, maybe we'll have a better chance? Do they try and make another big pivot move and do the Cat Randall kind of deal that they did a couple of years ago? Interesting offseason ahead, and again, cart in front of the horse, but I don't think they're going to win the series, and just how they handle the offseason, trying to keep Anthony Edwards happy there.
Yeah, it's getting ahead a little bit here, but it's the Friday, and we're going to get the game in a couple days.
We'd have both games if it happens, so the series will be over by Monday.
If they lose tonight and the series is indeed over, and San Antonio goes, the one thing I would say is you want to be aggressive and kind of tweak. You don't want to be insanely aggressive. San Antonio and Oklahoma City are not building this thing out to a point of they're going to be really gettable next year. That's not how that's going to go. So can you tweak? Now, that doesn't mean you don't make trades. Randall, I would imagine, is on the trade block.
Is that a guy that you would try and move?
Gobert, you can say he's untradeable. I would kind of disagree with it. He declined his player option, and he only has 2 seasons left after this year. If a team's contending and needs to get better, I'd take a Gobert.
I feel like he's been pretty valuable to them,
He's been good. Yeah, and then maybe they wouldn't look to move on. It'd be more the Randall. And now you got to ask yourself, what is Jaden McDaniels when Anthony Edwards is playing?
Yeah.
And maybe give credit to San Antonio for this, but what he was when Ant didn't play was a guy that was kind of leading the charge. And since Ant has come back, it's felt way on the back burner, not as big an impact.
Yeah, I'm a background dancer again.
I don't want to give up Jaden McDaniels. He's been a really good young player for you.
Jaden McDaniels.
Jaden McDaniels. You just saw Alexander Walker most improved player of the year. But, yeah, there's going to be some conversations that need to be had in Minnesota, but you still have Ant Edwards. You cannot
as long as you have
panic
Ant,
here.
you're fine.
The worst thing I think you can do is overreact and mass panic. Now, if you get good stuff for a Gobert and a Randall, dude, by all means. But San Antonio and Oklahoma City aren't going anywhere next year, so 1 or 2 or 4 trades might not swing things in your favor. Jaden McDaniels next year, DeSomu now, you've got Edwards. Maybe give that a little bit more of a look and tweak some of the other guys on the roster.
What do you make of your guy Giannis being a bad teammate, bad apple?
I was going to pull that audio. Miles Turner does a podcast with Brianna Stewart is what I found out in that one.
I had no clue that existed. I thought, why is he saying this? Where is it? He said, talking on his podcast, he said, guys were late all the time. Doc Rivers never fined anybody. Guys were showing up to film whenever they wanted to show up. Guys were missing meetings. It was one of the craziest things I ever experienced. This is from his time in Milwaukee.
Well, this is past season.
Oh, yeah, that's right. He said,
he just signed there.
I was thinking his time in Indiana. I'm like, wait a minute. That's right.
Yeah.
You said Giannis is going to show up whenever he wants, really. I think that's kind of just came with the territory that once I saw it, how it was going down, I was like, hey, man, bleep, more power to you. They ain't going to find you, so do what you want to do. And he said it was crazy. He said guys were an hour late to the plane. It got to the point where I knew not to show up until an hour after they said the plane was going to take off because he knew the plane was never going to leave on time.
By the way, that's not – imagine getting there on time and the guy that you have to wait for the most
You're not leaving without
is
Giannis.
2 hours delaying your flight.
Is this his version of James Harden bodysuit, fat bodysuit guy? I'm going to get as fat as I can until you trade me.
Yeah. I hope they move on. I hope everybody
You're not
moves on.
playing me, so I'm not showing up on time for the flight because he won. I mean, that's just such an ugly relationship.
For Miles
right
Turner
now.
to air that out makes me think he knows that that's over.
Yeah.
And so otherwise, what are you airing that laundry out for? That just makes your organization and him look really bad. I'm not shocked to find that out. You're established. You've won a title. You've won multiple MVPs. Like,
show up when you want to show up.
You are the
That's
franchise.
the way it works, man.
It sucks for the other guys involved in that situation. But that's kind of what you're also signing up for if you make that trade. Like, I don't think he's coming over to Boston or Miami or wherever he ends up going. I don't think he's like, well, play by all the rules now. Giannis. What do you mean? I'm Giannis.
Do you know who I am?
You got a book that's just titled by your first name? I do. They made a movie after me.
Here's
I
the
get
deal.
my brother on the team, and he's not even a G League guy.
The plane will take off when I arrive.
I am the plane.
I heard the host, Evan Cohen, before us this morning say you should just take it off without him. Like, yeah, that's how it works in the NBA.
Good one, Evan. That's how they do.
We just left him in Milwaukee. We're on a 7-game road trip to Chicago and all these. We just left him in Milwaukee.
You know who would take off without Giannis? Tom Dundon. Because if they're not by the schedule, that's costing him dough.
How much extra fuel am I paying for to have this plane running on the tarmac?
Paying an extra $2,500 an hour for the crew.
If we check in before 3 o'clock, we get a discount at our hotel, man.
There's a moment in the Wright Thompson Steve Kerr piece where he's drinking with a young assistant. He knew the guy's dad, so he invites him down, and they're drinking. I forgot what city they're in, but they're in the hotel, and Steve Kerr's drinking, and it's midnight. He goes, "What time is the plane tomorrow?" It's like 8:30. Goes, "Oh God,
oh, no!
Scheduled that.
What a dumb idea! I don't want to do this."
Yeah, 2-hour plane delay is not good.
So Giannis, bad teammate, or just a lazy teammate, or does whatever he wants. Superstar in the NBA. That's basically how they all act. And a couple NBA playoff games tonight, and both series will be done because Game 7s will be Sunday, right? If they both go, so no matter what, the series will be done by Monday. And we'll talk about the conference finals on Monday. Another NBA note: a take from a friend of the show.
Oh,
that I'm going to throw at you.
Okay.
Are we high on our own supply here? Is this typical fan behavior or something to it? Next on The Fan.
1080 AM.
First on the update. Don't know if you caught this from the Fire Liberty game last night, but just before the game, the Liberty signed former University of Portland basketball legend Alex Fowler to a developmental contract. She had played a couple of preseason games for them, but actually got into the game and is the first former Pilot to ever play in the WNBA.
Hey,
she got
cool.
16 minutes, scored 12 points off the bench.
That's awesome.
She had played for a couple of years in Australia after graduating in 2023.
How about this follow-up to add to your Liberty story? Chris DeMarco is the head coach of the Liberty, and we found out he fines the players if they miss box out and free throws. They don't make NBA money, man. What are we fining here?
I mean, what are we talking though? What's the fine?
Like
$5
$25 or something?
If it's over $10, why are you doing this to me? I'm not perfect.
Why don't you box out, all right?
Alex Fowler doesn't miss box outs.
Make your free throws.
She's the
That's
all-time rebounding
John's
leader
told
in
me that
school
years
history.
ago.
And another honor for Sir David Attenborough, who just turned 100. They have named a species of wasp after him. It's a species that eliminates other annoying insects. More than 50 species now have been named in Attenborough's honor so far, including zombie bugs, ghost shrimp, pitcher plants, you name it. 50 different species named after one person.
Pretty remarkable stuff. The two things I'm most excited for this weekend, Game 6 tomorrow in Montreal is going to be awesome. They got a chance to punch their ticket to a conference final. The last time they went on a playoff run was the bubble, which doesn't really count for one, and two, fans weren't involved. So their fans getting to experience it would be great, so I can't wait for that atmosphere. And I wasn't right at the time, but now seemingly more right about 20 minutes later, Alex Smalley, after getting to 500, just made back-to-back bogeys, and he's back to 300. Welcome back to the pack, buddy.
There you go. Dirt, Sprague, and Swag with your update from the George McCoy at Warren Allen Sports Desk. Don't call your mom. Call George McCoy at warrenallen.com.
This is a PGA Championship Week edition of Dirt and Sprague, brought to you by Langdon Farms Golf Club on 105.1 FM and 1080 AM. The Fan.
There is plenty to gamble on this weekend. I got bets all over the place for the PGA Championship. It's fun to buy on guys who are, one over, even par, because you're only 3 shots off the lead right now. You got a shot at it, so it's fun gambling, live tournament gambling on golf. If I could talk, pretty enjoyable. I saw a take this week, and I thought, you know what? We love our guy. I got to bring this one up. We might even have to turn this into an interview next week, depending on how we feel about it. Our guy, whenever you get a take that connects back here locally, I get very very interested to see the thoughts and the reaction to it.
Who cares who you're teasing here and what you're teasing? There
was a take from our guy, the big dumper himself, Eric Gunderson. Blazer banter.
You say Cal Raleigh.
No, he's on the DL, by the way, though. Did you see that? He's on the 10-day DL.
Oblique strain.
An oblique strain.
Speaking of dumper.
And the take, I got to find, okay, here it is. I found it. Because this, I don't know why, maybe I've just talked so much trash about the player, and now whenever somebody talks about him, it shows up in my algorithm. I follow Gundy, so I see his stuff. But this one, I feel like even his responses are popping up a lot, so this has been in my timeline a lot.
Gundy will give you some hot takes. I see him and I go, come on, Gundy.
Gundy's getting a little spicy. So that's,
Gundy.
let's ask the question together. What is the answer? Are we doing a, come on, Gundy?
Okay.
Or is it a, you know what?
Might have a point.
Here is his take. This is from yesterday.
Is this his Substack?
This is a Twitter take. I don't know if it translated into a Substack writing. He might have written about it on Substack.
Okay.
He's defended it tooth and nail.
Oh, he'll defend his takes.
And he wrote, quote, watching playmaking bigs become more important as the playoffs go on. Mm-hmm. I'm buying Hunson stock if you're selling.
Okay. Like, is that... Is that like the penny stocks with Leo, where it's like, nobody's buying the stock, but it's a penny. I'll buy all the stock for 15 cents.
Mm-hmm. Playmaking bigs. Now, people have been quick to point out Jokic got bounced in the first round of the playoffs.
I'm going to give you another take.
Like, you've had some good center. Şengün couldn't do it, and Houston got bounced.
Here's the take to the take.
Okay, give me the response.
There is no stock.
There's no stock at all.
You're not buying stock from anybody. You're just creating the stock.
Now, to Gundy's point, how much G League tape have you poured over, Brandon Sprague?
0.
I don't need to pour over. Every time I watch him in an NBA game, I could move him off his spot.
Whoa. That's a bit much. You come up to his waist.
I don't think it is.
That guy cannot
You think you can move him?
I think Swag can move him.
I don't think both of you together could move
Oh,
him.
we can
can't
move him.
hold his position.
I got junk in my trunk.
Yeah, not like him.
I couldn't get a rebound because he would just grab it. Like I couldn't jump. I can't jump first off, but I think I could put my butt into him.
I'm running him into the photographers
I think you're
in the front
underrating
row.
him.
running him into the photographer.
Running him into the first row?
Yes, Swigart.
You're
yes!
boxing him out so hard that he's now tripped over
Give
the
me more.
cameraman.
I want more.
That's honestly crazy. That is an insane. You can't squat 200 pounds.
Are we ABSing that? Is that an
Yeah,
ABS?
dude, I'm
An
ABSing
ABS?
that right
I
now.
don't know. Is that what's worse, 500 yards into the ocean or running
Dude.
young Hansen into the cameraman in the front row?
What's that Chinese reporter gal that was here all year? Get her on the horn and
Yes.
set this up. I need a
Yes.
box out drill. Swagard versus Hansen.
Come on. He's over at the Child Center all the time. Just go box him out one day dude, to
Ridiculous,
shoot
dude.
around.
Are you kidding me?
That's fantastic, Swag. I
Can you
love that.
box us out? I don't know if
love
you
that.
can box us out.
Oh, he could. Swag can box me out.
No way.
You don't think he can box me out?
All due respect to Swigard over
I mean, I
there.
think I have more lower body strength.
His exercise is run. We watched
He
him
was
try
on the
to,
rower
no.
he did the rower.
We watched him try to squat 160 pounds. His legs were quibbling.
Let me ask you.
He was
this.
shaking in his boots.
I'm not disagreeing with the point. Let me ask you. I'm not. You guys played basketball through high school. I quit when I was after 8th grade.
Okay.
How much of boxing out is fundamentals and how much of it is strength?
It's a mixed bag.
It's
I would
mixed.
argue.
It's half and half.
Half and half.
I knew kids
Yeah.
that couldn't box out fundamentally, but when you got near the right arm, you weren't moving.
Yeah, if they could
just
lock
hold
you out
you
just
there.
right there.
Yeah.
Because I have the lower body strength on you, I would imagine, from squatting and deadlifting and all that. But he would have the fundamentals of the proper,
Okay, but to the pushing Young Hansen point, if he fundamentally squared you up in a box out, couldn't you push his running ass out?
I mean, yeah.
Okay.
I probably could, but I might get called for a foul there if I'm shoving him out of the way.
I'm gonna grab some object.
He's got longer arms than me too. Like
Yep.
I feel like he could just kind of fence me in behind.
But you're
him.
a spider
I
monkey.
could push you forward. I think I
Yes.
could move you a little bit, but I'd have to get you all the way under the hoop in order to get the rebound. Because if it came off, I
It's
can't.
all about knee placement.
How your knees.
It's all about knee placement. You're not wrong.
You got to bend your knees.
I'm going to find a ball-like object post-show. I'm going to throw it off the wall, and I want to see
Rebound?
you box him out, and I
You
want to
wanna
see
box
you
out?
try to get it
You
from
want
him.
to box out?
The worst drill we used to do in basketball, by the way,
I'd imagine box out drills being the worst.
because we didn't have rules. Our coach wanted to see how nasty you were, so he'd throw it
Oh, yeah.
literally all the way past the hoop, because Park Rose has
yeah.
a huge space. And it was just like whoever got the ball won the drill, and you could do anything. You could rip them down. You could rip the shirt.
No rules
There were
whatsoever.
no rules at all, which I hated that drill. I'd get scratched so much.
That's kind of a pointless drill. I mean, you can't.
It's an absolutely pointless
You
drill.
can't bear hug a guy or just
No. That
Brent
doesn't
told me what
teach you
about
any
toughness.
skills
But no.
that apply to actual basketball.
You're wrong. He'd tell you it's about not quitting.
That's also dumb.
Don't quit.
running the Oklahoma drill at basketball practice all of a sudden.
It
Coming around the
basically was.
corner.
Okay, so the take really here is he just thinks Young Hansen's going to be good in 2 years.
His whole point is just he thinks there's playmaking bigs who stock is going up in the playoffs, and that he thinks Hansen can be a play. Like I read through a lot of his people were responding to him.
I mean, it's a hot take, but I also don't, again, think there's any stock in Young Hansen.
No, I don't.
Yeah, like somebody responded, we just watched them play teams with playmaking bigs like Jokic and Şengün, both better than Hansen will ever be, get sent home in the first round because they couldn't protect the rim to save their life. I have no clue how you think Hansen will be a viable playoff threat.
Jokic is debatably the best playmaking big in NBA history. He's got one ring. He's been to one finals.
Yeah.
And I also I love Gundy. I certainly am out on the Hansen pick. I have not watched a second of his G League basketball, but
I feel like he's discounting how much of a freak Wembanyama is.
yes.
I don't think he would. He is a basketball junkie. Like, he
I
injects the
understand.
European League into his veins.
Yeah.
I think he's just making a good point of you need it. I think his point isn't about, like, you'll win the title with Young Hansen. You'll get to the conference finals with Young Hansen. He's just simply pointing out the obvious. If you have a guy there, the element of your offense is opening up in a huge way. What's Donovan right now in this category?
Not a playmaking big in
It's
any way.
more Jalen Duren than it is Jokic.
He
So,
was
like,
a liability offensively for you in the playoffs.
of the two teams.
He has no post moves. If he's not
Right.
making his shot, there's no outside of offensive rebounds. There's no impact on that end.
Of the two players, I should say, I don't know if he's wrong in the which one is more likely to develop the skill set. You might not think Young Hanson's ever going to be a real NBA player, and that's a fine opinion to have. I also don't have any faith that Donovan's ever a playmaking big.
No, that's a difficulty of him. And I think that the tough part is you almost have two centers who are drastically opposite, if that makes sense. Like you have Hansen, who I don't ever see Hansen being an impactful player on the defensive end of the floor.
Until he develops a sense of physicality that
right. Will he ever be athletic enough?
He's going to hang around and I can play him 25 minutes in an NBA game.
Like, did we ever see any shred of evidence this entire season of it from him?
No,
not God.
Every time he went in, he tried to set a screen or what. Guys were just plowing through him.
Yeah, he'd get moved. He seemed 3 or 4 steps slow from my mind watching him. Like it felt like he was moving in half speed motion.
I think
and everybody else was full speed.
Look, I've had people tell me they think he's going to hit in 2 years. That's totally fine opinion to have. I don't know if I see that per se.
There's nothing to have seen yet. I think that's the point.
Well,
you might end up being right. Like you're just believing in the organization. That's fine. But you're going off of Chinese highlights and G League highlights, and that's not.
And Summer League.
Yeah, and that's not come on. You can have hope. That's fine. If you want to have hope, I'm not making fun of you. I'm just saying there's not actual evidence to point that out.
I think when it comes to him, the conversation isn't so much to me right now about the stock and what it's going to be. The conversation is about continuing to highlight maybe the egregious nature of the pick.
Yeah.
I think that's a far more important conversation. If Neil Olshey bypassed Carter Bryant and Cedric Howard for whatever personal reasons those were to draft this after drafting the starter the year before, we would be
we'd kill him for it.
Outraged.
We'd kill him for
and pitchforks would be out. And instead what I get mostly is it's going to work. He's the guy. Give it a couple years. Like, I think that's the thing is takeaway. Sometimes the criticism with the organization isn't really there. Even now, it's mostly just about Dundon. It's not about the
it's not about the roster.
It's
the
not
moves
about
that
the
are made,
decisions to not draft your profile.
It's the fear-mongering over what's the owner going to do.
Yeah,
is he going to move the team? Is he going to be cheap?
If Neil Olshey drafted Young Hansen instead of Carter Bryant, we would be destroying him over that.
I think also, too, a good benchmark. I mean, the nickname is never going to come to fruition, but like I've heard people point to the Denver scenario where they had Nurkic on their roster and then they drafted Jokic in the second round. I would argue it's different because it's a second round. Like second round picks to me don't matter. You're just taking a roll of dice, whatever.
Sure.
That's different than me than having what did they have, the 11th pick and traded back to 16,
11.
right?
Yep.
So you moved down. You had the 11th overall pick. There were guys you could have got that could have been impact players, but Jokic then played one more year, I believe, in Europe, if I'm not wrong, after getting drafted. I think his technical first year he was available. It said he did not play on his Basketball Reference, at least. But then his first full year in the NBA, he played in 80 games. He was third in Rookie of the Year voting.
Yeah.
So this idea that, like, there has to be at least some sign of playability and not a liability on the floor next year. If that does not exist in year 2...
Well, and if you bring Rob Williams
come on,
back,
man.
what are you telling me?
Yeah,
what am I supposed to believe as a media member or fan if you sign Rob Williams?
You want to try and sell me on that, that's fine. But next year, he's got it. You got to be a part of the rotation. If you can't crack the rotation in your second year just to be serviceable for 12 minutes off the bench, then you got a massive issue. And I'm not waiting 4 more years. We're in win now mode, according to some. So I saw that. Love Gundy. Interesting take. What do you make? Young Hansen buying the stock going forward. Wrap it up. Send you off into your weekend next. 105.1 FM The Fan.
The Fan.
There you go. Fist pumping your way into the weekend every Friday. Another week just flying on by, man. Flying on by. Got anything fun going on this weekend? Got any cool plans?
Yeah, I got to stay in a cabin in the woods.
Oh, that's right. You guys are going cabin. Going to the cabin, huh?
So excited.
That'll be fun.
So excited.
They got a TV there? You got to go iPad viewing?
No, they got TVs. Yeah.
Okay.
It's a little more of a
modern
it's not
cabin.
in the middle of nowhere. We're kind of close to the Mount Hood Village.
Today, when are you going up? Are you going up this afternoon?
Yeah, probably.
It looks like weather should be okay. I think we got a couple of showers later tonight, but it shouldn't be too bad.
Yeah, the weather's
not going to pour all day.
It's a little colder than it was like 4 days ago.
Chillier, yeah. Bring the pants and the sweatshirts out again.
Yeah. So excited. Big weekend.
A little Bed Bath & Beyond. I don't know.
Did you see the baseball news?
No, what happened to
baseball? Out of my great weekend.
What happened?
We got another illegal activity, L.A. Dodger.
Oh, we got another cheater?
So we have Ohtani doing the sports gambling.
Yes, he gambles.
Come on down, Edwin Diaz, cockfighter.
Oh, really?
Oh, yeah.
That's not surprising.
Said it's legal in Puerto Rico, thank God. Otherwise, I wouldn't be here. I feel safe here. The cockfighting arena is like my home.
Does he have like a fighter, or does he just go as a viewer? By the way, that's 3 bogeys in a row for Alex Smalley. Nailed that one. See you later, buddy.
Stop talking about Alex Smalley.
Tumbling down the leaderboard. See you later.
Win 5 tournaments.
Chris
and then
got
I'll
her
talk
up in
about
his man boobs, about to roll on a birdie. Yeah, because it's one thing if you have one that you bring to the table to fight, another one if you're just watching. Can I give you a hot take that hopefully won't get me fired?
You sure you want to do this on a Friday?
Dude, I know what you're going to say. Just stop.
Okay, I can't say it.
I'm just trying to look out for
I
you.
know,
I mean, I would
we
go
know
to
what
one.
you're gonna say.
I would go to one just to see it. I'm not rooting for the animal, like something bad to happen. I know it's horrific.
I think if you partake in watching it, you're rooting for
Am
something.
I? I'm not the one throwing the roosters
Don't they go
in the
till
middle.
the other one dies?
I don't know how it works.
I don't think they're like, oh, it's a good 15
cockfighting.
rounds. Let's pick which one.
The only thing,
Larry or Harry? Which one won the cockfight today?
The only cockfighting reference I have in my life is Seinfeld. Tamale.
Yeah, I don't.
And Little Jerry. That's all I got, man.
I think if you go, you know you're going to watch one die.
I don't think they die. I think they call the fight ethical fighting. That's how I.
You think they have ethical cockfighting in other countries?
You got to have an official that jumps in right before. All right, separate them. Little Jerry.
What
wins.
does the one that loses do? He recovers for 4 months and then he's back in the ring.
You bandage him back up. You go on the rehab process. Start working your beak out again. You know, doing your punches into the gloves.
You know, I thought you were going to say
Do we have
something
any
else.
Oh no, I'm not going to go that. Do we have any listeners who have been to a cockfight? If you have, let me know.
Oh,
I'm sure there's got to be somebody listening right now.
Cockfights out there?
Dogfighting I could never do.
No.
I don't know, maybe that's weird, but something about birds. It's like, whatever, dude.
Well, it's because you eat chickens.
Exactly. I don't eat dog.
No, you don't. But I've seen a dog on a spike being cooked.
Yeah, you have. That would weird me out.
It's a culture shock. There's no doubt about it.
I want to rattle your cage a little bit.
Well, it's bizarre because you can't quite tell if it's a deer or a dog. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I get the point
the way
there.
they set that meat up.
I get the point there. Somebody said the loser becomes chicken nuggets.
Yeah, dude, they deep fry it. Now it's on a spicy.
Do they have a
chicken
feast
sandwich.
afterwards? Is that how it works? The loser just gets tossed in the deep fryer and then you eat it?
You know, if it's dead.
Spread it out, might as well.
Don't waste that body.
Put it to good use.
We let people pick up roadkill in our state.
Do we really?
Yeah. I think
you can cook it?
I think you're allowed to pick it up. There's like a window you can pick it up. You see a dead deer, pick it up, go eat it.
Yeah, there's some certain parameters.
I thought that was just RFK chopping their balls off.
No, that's a different animal.
Yeah, he's got raccoon balls in his pocket everywhere he goes.
Yeah, he's a
Have
big...
you guys seen my raccoon balls?
Yeah. He's got a little bit of that. Didn't he do a thing with like a baby bear or something?
Stuck a lizard tail in my nose.
Vaccines are dangerous.
Dude, he's got some wild stuff that he's admitted to in his book.
Well, he admits it in his book and on podcast, and then when you hold him against, he goes,
he won't answer the question.
And they're like, you did. Here's the audio. That might not be me. You're pretty indistinguishable.
You have a very unique voice.
Yeah, it's very indistinguishable.
Robert, you're not hiding from anybody right now.
You seen John Mulaney's thing on Bobby Kennedy?
No,
I call him Bobby because I used to be friends with him. I hosted one of his Save the River foundations. That guy's an idiot. He's like just calling him out now. Like, okay.
We put up your neighborhood restaurant group poll question of the day. They bring it to you on X every day. And dinner tonight at one of their 5 locations, Sandy O's, Big's Chicken, Reverend's Barbecue, 808 Hawaiian, and Laura Horse Market Steakhouse.
The Edwin Diaz story, I saw on social media, so I clicked it. I went back to the social media post, And there's a lot of Giants fans saying legal cockfights, and it's the Giants players in the outfield.
Dude, hold on. Let me get my poll question out, and then I'll share my thoughts on that.
That's a great response to this story.
Your neighborhood restaurant group poll question of the day is: are you hopeful young Hansen can turn into a good NBA player?
There you go. That's a good poll question.
Simple, yes or no.
Yes.
Just answer it and move on.
Did you tag Gundy?
I did not tag Gundy.
You should have tagged Gundy in it.
I also enjoyed somebody said there's no downside to keeping him. The pick is spent and has no trade value. Might as well keep him and hope he develops. Like, nobody's arguing.
Oh, no, we're not saying get rid of him.
You can't. Nobody wants him. You can't trade him for anything. So that's not the point. The point is just simply you use a first-round pick on a player.
He's also getting a max extension when Turing has something to say about it.
Yes, he will, dude. You better pay that guy his money. So the Giants thing. So we talked about their celebration a couple of nights ago, which went viral around Major League Baseball.
The hip thrusting into each other. The cups are touching.
So they won the first game of the series.
Yes, they did.
By doing the cup touching.
Yep.
Now, night 2, they technically still won, but they didn't do the cup touching. They did
switched
a bow.
it. They did a bow.
And then they lose the next 2 games. Then they lose the next 2 games.
So you're saying bring it back?
You lost the mojo. Why would you come up with something that's funny? By the way, I have decided now that I'm okay with Vitello managing the rest of the year because one of their outfielders was going up to hit. I think it was Drew Gilbert, who was one of the guys doing the cup touching, and you can find the video on social media. The camera pans to him standing on the top step of the dugout, and he starts humping the post in the dugout. As like Drew Gilbert, hey, let's go get a hit, buddy. Yeah. And now I'm on board. Now I want to keep him around.
You got a weird team down there, man.
We suck, so you might as well make it entertaining.
I guess.
Start humping. If you're not going to win games, you might as well be humping.
It's also not Vitello's fault that your roster kind of sucks.
No, it's not.
This is more of a Buster Posey problem.
He has been a little too much Busty Posey and not enough Buster Posey.
Busty. Speaking of Busty,
I did
Young
float
Hansen
that
poll question.
I floated that name to the wife the other day. It got shot down.
Buster?
I did float Buster.
Oh, you got to go Milt.
I'm pro
Milt's
Milt.
a good one.
I don't think Milt's going to win. I'm pro Milt. But
Do we got a leader in the clubhouse right now?
Not really. We haven't really talked about it too much. We're on very opposite. We are like AOC and Tommy Tupperville right now. We need to find.
Couldn't be more further.
Like she wants like Jax with an X.
It's okay.
I want Milt. We're like
Bernie Sanders, Lindsey Graham.
That's what we are right now. We got to find common ground. Somebody's got to come in and parcel through
Which
this.
one's Lindsey?
Paxton's mom and I were there to start. We eventually found our way to Paxton.
Yeah, you find your way there. We got a long time to go, so I'm not relenting yet.
What side did Pax more lean on, though? Hers or yours?
Who first threw out Paxton?
It wasn't a dead middle one. There's a lean.
No, we started with lists and getting there and
come on.
But it's kind of
Did she win or you win?
I don't feel like somebody. We were both satisfied with that name.
Okay. All right. Well, should be a fun weekend.
Can't wait to meet Caleb Milton Johnson.
Caleb, dude, get out of here. That'll do it for us. Have a great weekend, everybody. If you missed the show, go check the podcast, 1051thefan.com, at 1051thefan on Twitter. We will talk to you Monday at 6 a.m. Enjoy all the sports this weekend. The Firm, Harris and Meringue is next. Listening to 1051 FM The Fan.